call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. We'll begin with roll call. Trustee Brooke Leal.
Here.
Trustee Laura Guerrero Salgado.
Present.
Trustee Lillian Tafoya.
Here.
Trustee Anthony Fuentes.
Here.
And I am here. Moving on. Oh, we do have public comment. Okay. So to our visitors, member of the public may request items to be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. Items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion, so the board may be advised on the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted to speak for an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any one subject. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time. So we do have a speaker, and it is Miss Maria Lockhorn.
Maybe at the end of this, I will use the microphone. But
Can you come to the microphone so that we can have it on the
Record.
So if this is the first time we're here trying to figure it out the way how we can find answers for our members. Our chapter is overwhelming with complaints, and we keep knocking doors, and there's no way we can find the right answers. I just handed those papers, so it's like an exercise we probably can do every month if it's possible, because her coming over and speaking every month about communication is not working. We were having a monthly meetings with Christine Cornejo about issues. It's not working, so we just can't find the right way to communicate and keep our employees and members with answers. I'm not saying happy, but give them answers when they need it. So we are at the point of where the frustration is way, way high. And we're gonna keep trying. We're gonna keep trying. I always thought that we have to keep issues inside, and unfortunately, we just start doing demonstrations, and I just don't like that. But it seems like it's the only way we can get people to come over and participate, because like you want answers from A's. Who was there? Nobody's willing to come forward because they feel that retaliation is always there, always there. They come to our union, they come to us, and we tell them what is the protocol when they have a conflict. That is the protocol. You go here, you go there, and you keep going. They give up on the first time. When they go and talk to their supervisor or the principal, they're done. They don't want to do it anymore because they start being retaliated. So they come to us, and here we are trying to help them, and we want to find the way to communicate and solve situations that sometimes are really hard for some members, like the one happened on last Friday at Longfellow, a case of violence. So many of those issues you might don't know as a board member. So maybe this way, if we try to do this exercise and we bring all the issues so you know what's going on with us, and you can jump in and try to help how to resolve that situation so we can keep our district moving for our kids. We all are here for our kids. We are, as a CSCA, we are here to help you, to help us to resolve situations so we can all work in a healthy work environment.
And that's your time, Maria.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for coming.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
No.
It is recommended that we adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn to close?
Motion. We have a first by Anthony Fuentes and a second by Lillian Tafoya. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now move to closed session. We reconvene to open session. We will begin with item C2, the pledge to the flag, which tonight will be Trustee Anthony Fuentes introducing his guest.
All right, good evening, everybody. I'd like to invite Jasmine Muldrow to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. But before she starts, I'd like to share some kind words that her principal, Miss Kenya McCormick, shared with me. Jasmine Muldrow is a shining example of resilience and communication, two key qualities from the portrait of the graduate. As a 7th grade student enrolled in 3 honors classes, including accelerated math, Jasmine has maintained an impressive 3.83 GPA, demonstrating her determination and ability to excel academically. Her involvement in Washington's Black Student Union and Proud Academy shows her commitment to building strong connections within her school community and beyond. Jasmine's passion for cooking, art, and basketball highlights her creative spirit and well-rounded interests. With a bright future ahead, she has already set her sights on becoming a hairstylist, and her communication skills will undoubtedly help her thrive in any career path she chooses. Jasmine's dedication and resilience truly make her an inspiration to her peers and teachers alike. Jasmine, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Come take a photo with us. You have to be in the middle. You have awesome hair. I think the principal got stuck inside. You wouldn't have heard. Can we get her principal?
She's here.
Oh, no, she's over there. Thank you. We need a theme song. Moving on to item C3. At this time, we have nothing to report from our closed session actions. Moving on to item C4, Excellence in BCSD Employee Recognition Program, which will be Miss Christine Cornejo, our Assistant Superintendent of HR, and our Superintendent, Mark Leakey.
Good evening, everyone. It is my honor this evening to introduce to you employees who are recipients of our Excellence in Education Awards. And each of these individuals demonstrate a district value and have been nominated in these following categories. So the first category I'd like to introduce today is accountability. And please join me in congratulating Morgan Grundle, Academic Program Leader from Emerson Middle School. Also in the category of accountability, Devon Holsenbake, Academic Program Leader from Mount Vernon Elementary. Continuing in our category of accountability, Sandy Menendez, Administrative Secretary 3 from Educational Services. Moving on to the category of caring, please congratulate Esmeralda Medina, behavioral health therapist from School Health and Wellness. Alicia Robertson, infant technician from Rayford Johnson Children's Center. Lori Bustamante, site custodian from Franklin Elementary. Myra Magana Delgado, school clerk from Wayside Elementary. And Monica Torres Rice, site custodian from Hort Elementary. Moving on to the value of collaboration. Please join me and congratulate Jacqueline Cruz Figueroa, Administrative Secretary 2 from CNI. Jesus Torres, Program Specialist, Migrant Education. Maribel Gutierrez, Teacher Reading Specialist at Williams Elementary. Christy Findley, Accounting Technician 3 from Fiscal Services. Jeff Miner, Network Systems Engineer from Information Technology. Amanda Macy's, teacher from Casa Loma Elementary. In the category of equity, Karen Hinojosa Briones, teacher at Williams Elementary. And our last category of integrity, Kristen Webb, teacher at Emerson Middle School. Okay, and that is our recipients for our October board meeting. If you'll join our board up front for a picture, you can go that way. Let's give them another round of appreciation.
gonna go get started because we have a lot of folks to get through. To our visitors, members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. The items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion, so the board may be advised of the views of the community. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes, and there's a timer going, and then I will have to tell you to stop, and shall not exceed 15 minutes on any one subject. In order to ensure that our non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. So our first speaker is Christina Bawar, and our speaker who will be immediately after Christina is Ramon. Ramon, you'll be on deck. But Christina Bawar, her class sizes.
Do I start now? Do I wait?
They paused it for a second while people were sitting.
Okay. I need my 3 seconds back.
I promise I won't stop you after 3 seconds if you have 3 seconds left.
Good evening. I am a 5th grade teacher. Ooh, not yet? Oh, okay. Good evening. I am a 5th grade teacher who has been teaching for 20 years. We have a problem with class sizes in the upper elementary grades. We have many classes with 32 or more students with reading ranges between kindergarten and 6th and 7th grade. How are we supposed to effectively teach that many students with such a large reading gap and be successful? I never understood why the primary grades had smaller class sizes, yet the intermediate grades with bigger kids had more students crammed into the same size classroom. I have been told it's because of the foundational skills being taught in the primary grades. Well, unfortunately, we are teaching foundational skills as well as grade level standards with many more students. How do we expect students to learn when we have 7 different reading groups and only 45 minutes per day to meet those students? Who gets left behind? Everyone's child deserves the same quality time, but there isn't enough of it. We are down to 3 teachers in the 4th and 5th grade with so many students in those classrooms that we are unable to effectively support all students' learning and behavioral needs. If BCSD's motto is where the child comes first, then why are we not doing everything we have to put all students' education first? Obviously, there's a disconnect. Our students came back to us after COVID with huge gaps in academics. And what are we really doing to help them educationally? I tutor for my grade level. I tutor for our STEAM program. I work to reach as many students as possible, not just in my classroom or grade level, but across grades 4 through 6. I understand that research states that we need to teach the K-3 students the foundational skills to help them succeed. However, to quote Torgensen from the Letters Training Book, older students in grades 3 through 5 can also improve to the average range and sustain those improvements if their remediation is sufficiently intensive, expert, and long-term. How can we possibly do this when we have 30+ students in our classes each year? I have been advocating for our 4th, 6th grade students for over 15 years because I feel like they are disregarded due to them passing the foundational learning threshold. All classes should be no larger than 24 students at all times. We need to hire more teachers to reduce class sizes and get the ratio returned to the 29:1 as per our contract states. Finally, stakeholders have spent the last 2 to 3 years developing a portrait of a graduate. The district acknowledges that, and I quote, "We know our students live in a very different world today than those of the past, And it is crucial that we redesign our educational system to meet their needs. With class sizes stretched beyond our capacity, how can we truly say our educational system has any hopes of promoting student success? That's time. I'm done. You're perfect.
Next, we have Ramon Rodriguez, and Christian Watson is on deck.
Good evening. My name is Ramon Rodriguez, and I've been a teacher with the district for 7 years now. I spent a couple of years teaching in Los Angeles, but it wasn't until I joined BCSD that I felt I found a learning community I felt strongly a part of. I enjoy being part of my school community. As the years have rolled on, the students I receive in my 4th grade class each year have more and more connections to families I have worked with in the past. I've seen siblings and cousins of previous students, and I'm starting to see nieces and nephews. Time marches on, and every year I get to add to my bank of experiences another year I feel blessed to be part of my local school community and part of the greater BCSD community. I work hard every day to make my teaching practice more effective by attending professional development trainings, joining district and school site committees, and educating myself by reading various books related to pedagogy. But paradoxically, it often feels that the more experience and knowledge I have acquired, the more challenging and demanding the job has become. One of the biggest drivers of that difficulty has become classroom size, which has ballooned since the pandemic and not come back down. Per the district's agreement with the union, the average class size for grade spans 4 through 6 is not to exceed 29 students per teacher. My class enrollment is currently at 32 students, which has been a consistent reality for the past 3 years. It may not seem as though 3 additional students makes that much of a difference, but it truly does. 3 additional conferences means conferences weeks are extended by at least an hour. That's less preparation time for building vital partnerships with families so crucial to our mission and values. An average of 3 additional students means at least an extra small group to meet the needs of during differentiated group time. The reading abilities in my average classes already span 7 and often 8 grade levels. An average of 3 additional students means I have to carve out extra square footage out of my already jam-packed classroom for desk, chair, and backpack space. I breathe a small sigh of relief whenever the students in my class that year are on the physically smaller side, because it means that our space won't feel as claustrophobic and students won't stumble over each other as often. An average of 3 additional students means my line, when in movement, literally spans our entire 4th and 5th grade wing from beginning to end. Our massive lines cause our CPALs to whistle, shake their heads, and ask, "This is one class?" almost every time. And if I'm doing my job right, an average of 3 additional students produces pages and pages more of schoolwork to monitor and assess. Every student deserves to have their data tracked for proper instruction, and that obligation becomes all the more challenging. I truly enjoy being part of my school community, and it is a genuine pleasure to know each and every one of my students, every single one. But on the occasional events when one moves to a different community, my close second thought right after sadness shouldn't be relief at the notion that I might have to divide my time a little bit less among the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Next is Christian Watson, and on deck will be Manny Carrizales.
My name is Christian Watson. I'm a second-year teacher at Longfellow Elementary for the SPED Pre-K Intensive Program. I've had an opportunity to meet some of you, so I'm excited to see you here again. I have some concerns about our classroom safety in the special education classrooms. Right now, I have 3, 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. All their disabilities range from mild, mod, to severe. While we're in the classroom, we're essentially in survival mode, which basically means I'm struggling to keep kids safe throughout the day. When we request additional support from the special education coordinators, we're often left with responses such as data tracking. And it's nearly impossible to track data while you're in the midst of these severe behaviors going on in the classroom. That includes jumping off of tables, attacking students, attacking staff. When I say that it is unsafe, I sincerely mean it is dangerous in the classrooms. If parents could see what was going on, I do not think that they would be pleased at the environment that their students are in. Right now, I've sent quite a few emails out advocating for my students and for the paras in the classroom, which it would not work if it were not for the paras in our classroom environments. I've seen a couple of them go out on stress leave, injury leave. It is a constant and daily, continual state of abuse in our classrooms. And it isn't fair for them to have to deal with it with such low wages and no benefits, and they're constantly fatigued, and so am I. I spoke to, I don't know if I can say names, so I won't, but I spoke to one person and I made a comment. I was like, this is my last year teaching under this emergency credential. I'm currently on a STIP right now. But I said I would not go out without a fight. So right now I'm advocating for myself, the students, and the paras in the classroom. I think there needs to be safer staff to student ratios. Right now we start out a classroom, it sounds good on paper, but in reality it is not safe. So there's one teacher, there's 3 paras in the classroom, and then we have the potential right now, we have 10 students. It could end up being as high as 14, and that sounds good on paper, but when you have 3 or 4 or 5 severe students in the classroom, you're expected to still teach and keep everyone safe. It is not possible. And so I'm here today to advocate for safer classroom environments. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Carzales, who will talk on mentoring, and on deck is Katie Westmoreland.
Good afternoon, board members and superintendent. You know, when I wanted to say thank you. You know, we've been speaking at BCSD now 33 years. And I was thinking about that, how fast time has gone by as far as what we've been doing. And I was asked to introduce the portrait of a graduate. And I was so humbled and honored to do it, and the impact that it made in my life to see so many students and hear from parents. And the reason why I'm here, to be a part of a legacy after being here for decades and speaking in the schools and doing the community outreaches. I know that we'll be signing a contract next month, and we're limited to do 4 schools and then also some outreaches. But I want to reason, I'm asking that if I could reason with you to where if we're asked to go to other schools that need support, as the young lady was talking about right now, that some of the students that we have fall through the cracks. And we're advocate for those that fall through the cracks to encourage them to never quit and never give up. Reach for Greatness has I'll say a gift to curb, I'll say, the broken heart as far as the violence here in our city, in the neighborhoods, in the barrios or projects. We do mentoring, as you know, and then we do intensive care mentoring, and I call it on-call mentoring that we do after, I'll say, things happen and where they need help and support. And I'll say that when Dr. Fullermeyer shared last month about mental health, I really, really want to say thank you, because it made me think on what we were doing in the streets as far as reaching families and children. And I wanted to give this to you because it was something that I was asked to speak at. And the reason for that, because I just want to do what we can to help and work together as a team. And as I spoke over there, I wanted to give that to the board members and to everybody here. And the reason why, because it says where the children come first. And it was something that I spoke at, and it's one of your students. And it's so many, and there was hundreds of kids there. BCSD, and we were able to share with them and doing aftercare. And what I'm saying is that whatever we can do to go an extra mile to help students that maybe fall through the cracks, we're here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Katie Westmoreland, and on deck is Melissa Bila.
That's for them. My name's Katie Westmoreland. I'm a 6th grade teacher at Nichols Elementary. Thank you to our parents and staff that came tonight to show support both here and outside. I want to address a pressing issue that's been affecting our students more and more in the past few years, and that's the impact of having too many classes on a single campus. While it might seem like an economical way to maximize district resources, the consequences are negatively affecting the well-being of our students, staff, and community. Nichols is now the largest TK through 6th grade elementary school in the district and the second overall, with a student enrollment of 965. The campus was not built to adequately accommodate these numbers. The original 1961 campus had an office, cafeteria, 2 kindergarten rooms, and 15 1st through 6th grade classrooms. Today we are operating out of the original office and cafeteria, but as you can see in the handout, we've added an additional 25 classrooms that service TK through 6th grade, as well as 4 pre-K through 5th grade severely handicapped classes and 1 social emotional transition special ed class. This high number of buildings has caused us to currently be maxed out on the electrical grid at Nichols. Here are some specific examples that illustrate how we are bursting at the seams. Beyond our 965 students, 18 of our students and families are currently being impacted because they are not able to attend their home school at Nichols and are having to transport themselves to Eisler. In one classroom, the Learning Center, we have 4 teacher tutors and 2 intervention specialists working with children in the same room at the same time. These are our most struggling students on our campus. Imagine trying to learn how to read in a room where you barely have space to sit and to hear what's being said, let alone to focus on the lesson. You may have heard that our orchestra was selected to perform in Sacramento. However, our parent center shares a room with our music program because the cafeteria is too small to accommodate the number of music students we have. Beyond that, the lunch schedule takes up so much of the day that there's no time to have our music in our cafeteria. The staff mailbox and restroom area is chaotic, unwelcoming, and dangerous. There's no available storage space for many large supplies or mail deliveries. Boxes are stacked in front of our staff mailboxes, and we have to hold our breath and pray that we or the stuff doesn't topple as we retrieve things or try and make our way to the restroom. To make it even funnier, this is also the room where our FACE or our music teacher have to operate as their office when the parent center is being otherwise used. Not only that, this is where our ADA bathrooms are that our children in wheelchairs have to use on a daily basis. We have no good space for staff meeting or professional development. We routinely squeeze our entire staff either into my classroom or the cafeteria, where we cannot hear because of a bad sound system, echoing walls, and a loud air conditioning or heating unit at the time. Thank you.
Moving on to Ms. Melissa Bila, and then we'll have Nicole Provincial on deck.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Melissa Bila. I'm a 17-year BCSD teacher, currently in my 3rd year at Nichols Elementary. I will continue the list of examples of overcrowding at our campus that was begun by my colleague, Mrs. Westmoreland. Our playground is sadly undeveloped. For example, we have only 6 swings for 965 kids. Our teacher workroom, the IMC, is occupied by the academic coach and the extended learning program and is so jam-packed with their materials that it is barely navigable. This room is also used to meet with DELD students who have to hunt down chairs and improvise a space to sit each time they meet. There is no staff lounge within the fenced campus. Many teachers use a refrigerator and a microwave that was recently moved into the workroom, IMC, from a storage room that was converted into a workable room for one of our speech pathologists after our admin pleaded for this to be done back in August. When I think of other BCSD campuses that have clean, spacious facilities for students and staff, I have to wonder why so much inequity exists among our campuses. Our 7 special education classes require a lot of attention from our administrators, so much time and space for IEPs, so many last-minute fill-ins for vacant aide positions, so much support for the special needs students that the school should be given another room specifically for meetings and another administrator designated solely to support special education. Our general education students' needs are being sacrificed for the legal requirements of our special education students, another equity issue. Our library is housed in a small room that has minimal space, making it difficult to create a warm environment. The library schedule is so full that classes are only allowed to visit once every 2 weeks. Dismissal has become a logistical nightmare. Just take a moment to picture 965 students attempting to leave the campus at one time, every single day. Lastly, we have a small room where 2 behavior specialists and 1 speech pathologist share a space. That's 3 adults in 1 room. As described previously about the Learning Center, this room is not only too small for 3 staff and their students, but there is a complete lack of privacy. There are special education students and students who are struggling mentally and or behaviorally, and their whole session is made public because of the inadequate space. Thank you.
And I apologize for mispronouncing your name, Ms. Vila. Moving on to Nicole Provençal, and on deck is Laura Prado.
Good evening, I'm Nicole Provençal. I've been a teacher at Nichols Elementary for 25 years. Nichols students deserve a campus where they can feel safe, valued, and receive the support they need to succeed. Our current overcrowded environment can lead to disengagement, increased stress, and a sense of depersonalization. Children likely view themselves as just one insignificant part of a massive system. They can feel overwhelmed navigating hallways and buildings filled with too many people and materials. This constant drip, drip, drip of mental distress leads to more conflict and a sense of helplessness in both students and staff. Please imagine yourselves trying to navigate your day in an environment where you know that even the small things can be troublesome to achieve because there just isn't the space or time for them. Everything we do at Nichols is affected by lack of time, space, staff, and resources. A more manageable population size would foster a sense of community and belonging. How do I know this? Because I remember Nichols as it once was, before our boundaries were changed to their current status, which added too many more general education students and special education classes. In those earlier days, all of our gen ed and special ed programs were able to function as they should. We actually knew every staff member by name. There used to be a sense of safety and well-being that simply cannot exist on a campus with our present numbers. We need you to support us so that we can support our students effectively. Perhaps Nichols is overlooked by the district because we seem to be achieving at high levels despite the challenges we have described. We are fortunate to have a principal who goes above and beyond to serve the Nichols community and hardworking teaching and support staff. However, please understand that neglecting our needs at Nichols is not serving our students well, and it has gone on for too long. I believe we have reached a tipping point this year. It feels very unwieldy, out of control, and exhausting. In conclusion, while having a packed to the max campus might seem like a convenient fix, the long-term impacts on our students, teachers, and school community will be detrimental. It's essential that the district prioritize a less populous, more manageable environment that fosters learning, connection, and safety. We do anticipate that our enrollment will drop in the next 2 years as we have a large bubble of 5th and 6th grade students. This may provide some relief in the future, but as my colleagues have stated, the need is now. There is a need today of at least 3 to 4 classrooms to get Nichols anywhere close to the equity amongst the other BCSD elementary campuses. I implore the board to consider providing Nichols with the resources we need by either adjusting our boundaries to what they were in the past or move a few of our classes that are serving kids who do not live within our boundaries to campuses that do have the resources to give them the attention they need. Thank you for your time, and we invite you to visit us so we can show you everything we're talking about in person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Provençal. So moving on to Laura Prado, and after that it'll be Josie Mondragon.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Prado from Harris Elementary. I'm a little nervous. I've never done this before. I don't have a paper. I will ask God to put words in my mouth. There was an email, there was WhatsApp, there was Facebook, all the groups you can think of, asking people to come today as a team to prove or validate the importance of classified employees. And I said, no, 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 no. We don't need to do that. We don't need to do that at BCSD, the place I've been working for 14 years. I started as a parent volunteer. I'm a parent. Thank you, for parents, for being here. Then I was a CPAL. CPALs, I know how hard you work out there. I was a special ed. I work with kids. I've been there. So that's why this is my people. I was a CPAL. I was a cafeteria playground. I was in working with the special ed kids. I was a face for 7 years. Once a face, always a face. And now I'm a librarian. I had no idea how hard that was. So I'm here representing classified employees. We work so hard. I don't think we need to prove how important we are because we work as a team. We do everything from the heart. We need to be valued. We need to be recognized. We need to be appreciated. If there's a bonus for one, there's a bonus for all of us. If there's attendance, recognition, money involved, that needs to go for everyone because we work as a team. BCSD is recognized, and I love BCSD, and I'm thankful for my job. I just don't think we need to prove, but here I am. So today has been, it's been difficult because I never thought I have to be here to represent or to prove how important all classified employees are. Thank you so much.
Next we have Josie Mondragon. And then after that, it will be Marcela Delgado. Mondragon, did I say that correctly?
Yes, it's Mondragon.
Mondragon, thank you.
Thank you for having me. Good evening. Again, my name is Josie Mondragon. I'm speaking on the behalf of paraprofessionals, classified staff, and our students with special needs. I come here today because it seems that we were supposed to give these children a voice, and as of today, they don't have one. We're supposed to meet their needs at the highest expectations, and it's not happening. And it's not that we are not trying. There's no staff there. And if there is staff, they are on emergency stipends, which I appreciate the ones that come in and step in. But then we have subs hired that never have experience working with children, that never changed a pamper, that cannot meet the basic needs of these children, that I have to retrain over and over. Again, how is that meeting the needs to their highest expectation if we have people with no experience? So if we don't hire them with training, which they don't have any training coming in, they're gonna get hurt because they don't know what to do. If they don't have no PROACT training, there's gonna be a lawsuit. There's stuff that's, you can see it from a mile away. I'm just asking as a district, as a community, if we can help these children stay safe and get the education that they are required by law to receive. I've been working with my class for 3 years. I have been injured twice. But I come back because I'm worried for them. Not only does it pay my bills, I can transfer, I can leave, but I'm very curious to see what this program does for these children. I come every day happy to see these kids, but at the same time, I can't guarantee their safety. And I work with Miss Watson, and I move my emotions to the side every day for these kids, and I come and express my love to them, but it's mentally draining and exhausting when we're having to do the job of 5. We won't be able to show up every day if you guys don't help us receive the proper tools for ourselves and these children. That's all I ask, is to meet their basic needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Maricela Delgado, and on deck we have Adriana Beatriz Avila. Maricela Delgado?
Yes, she's gonna go translate.
Oh, good.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Marisela Delgado.
They're gonna get married.
Thank you.
Sí,
You're welcome.
Y le vamos a dar 6 minutos.
Ok.
Más va a hablar en pausas.
Good evening, my name is Marisela Delgado.
Sí. Mi dirección es 3318 Hill Street.
My address is 3318
Hill. H-A-L.
Hale Street.
Tenemos un pequeño problema con las paradas del bus de los niños de la escuela Sequoia.
We have a small problem with the bus stops of the students of Sequoia.
Cambiaron las paradas de bus de la escuela de la Sequoia.
They changed the bus stops for Sequoia.
Están muy lejos para que los niños se vayan caminando.
They are too far for the children to go walking.
Muchos niños, sus padres trabajan, ellos solo se van a la escuela y queda muy lejos la parada.
Many children,
de
their
los
parents
niños.
work. It is too far for them to walk to the bus stop. And their parents.
De la escuela también de los niños de la primaria de la escuela Pauli.
Also for Pauli Elementary, the students,
Este año cambiaron la parada del bus.
they changed the bus stop this year.
El bus ahorita en este año lo cambiaron en la Plants East y en la Hill.
So they changed it to Plans East and Hale.
El problema es de que la parada del bus es muy peligroso para los niños.
The problem is the bus stop is very
Porque-
dangerous for the students because
Porque en la calle de la Plants va a 50.
on Plans cars drive at 50 miles per hour.
Cuando el bus llega por los niños en la mañana,
When the bus comes in the morning for the students,
pone el stop para que los carros se hagan stop, y aunque esté el bus que diga stop, los carros no respetan y los carros se pasan.
even if the bus puts out the stop sign, the cars are not stopping, they just keep going.
Entonces tenemos que formar los niños en la calle de la Hill,
So we have to line up the students on Hale Street.
pero el problema de que de este lado de donde formamos los niños hay mucha terracería.
The problem is that in the side where we line up the students, there's a lot of dirt.
En el tiempo de que llueve, va a haber demasiado lodo
When it rains, there's going to be a lot of
y
mud.
va a haber mucho problema para los niños que se puedan resbalar o que se van a ir muy sucios de la ropa a la escuela.
It's going to be an issue because the kids could slip or they're just going to be very dirty when they go to school.
Entonces, estamos viendo a ver si es posible que regresen la parada de Pauli donde estaba el año pasado,
We're looking if you can possibly return the bus stop for Polly to where it was last year.
y la parada de la Sequoia también la regresen a donde estaba el año pasado.
And if you could also return the bus stop for Sequoia to where it was last year.
Okay. Entonces es mucho peligro para los niños de la primaria de Pauli y es muy lejos para los niños que van a Sequoia. Las paradas están muy
So
lejos.
it's very dangerous for the students in Polly, and it's also too far for the students that are going to the bus stop for Sequoia.
Eso es todo.
That is all.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Next, we have Adriana Beatriz Avila, and on deck is Empire Robles. Adriana? Can I say? Oh, in overflow. I was like, am I saying it? I didn't even notice.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Beatriz Ávila.
Good evening,
Soy-
everyone. I'm Beatriz Avila.
Soy madre de un estudiante de la Sequoia Middle School.
I'm the parent of a student at Sequoia Middle School.
Y estoy aquí porque quiero dar a conocer el peligro que hay ahora con las nuevas rutas de bus que cambiaron.
And I'm here because I want to make you aware of the danger with the new bus routes that you've changed.
Los años pasados eran como media milla de la casa hacia la parada, ahora son la milla entera.
Years past, it was like half a mile from my house to the stop. Now it's a whole mile.
Y es ilógico que los años pasados decían que los niños no tenían que cruzar las calles peligrosas, que por eso ponían la parada en otros lados. Ahora ellos tienen que recorrer, cruzar la Cottonwood y Plants cuando esa calle es muy peligrosa.
It's not right that in the past they said students shouldn't cross the dangerous roads, but now they have placed it between Cottonwood and Plants.
Decían que lo que quieren tener a los niños más seguros, pero no.
They say they want to keep the children more safe, but no.
En esta calle ha habido accidentes constantes, han estado a punto niños de ser atropellados.
There's been constant accidents on this street, and children have been at the border of being run over.
Y como ahorita Marisela Delgado pasó a decir, en esa calle es una zona residencial y está a 50 millas por hora. Los carros no respetan el límite, van más de 50 millas por hora.
As Maricela shared, in that street, they drive at 50, but they don't even respect the 50 mile per hour. They drive at a faster speed.
Nos habían dicho que iban a llamar a los sheriff para que ellos fueran constantemente a checar, pero hasta ahorita no hemos visto nada.
They told the sheriff would be constantly checking on this, but to this point we haven't seen anything.
Y estamos aquí porque desafortunadamente muchos de los padres tenemos que trabajar y nuestros hijos tienen que caminar solos.
And we're here because unfortunately many of the parents have to work and children have to walk by themselves.
Tengo un niño también en la high school
I
y
also have a
el
student in high
bus
school.
lo recoge a menos de media milla de mi casa.
And
So
the bus
es
picks up less than half a mile from my house.
Es ilógico que los niños de middle school estén corriendo más peligro, están más muchachos y que haya más seguridad ahorita para los niños de high school.
It's not logical that children in middle school are in more danger and there's more protection for the kids that are older in high school.
Y estamos aquí para eso, para ver si pueden hacer algo para cambiar las paradas de bus, que no esté tan peligroso y también para que cambien los límites de la calle donde se paran ahorita los buses.
And we're here to see if you can change the bus stops where it's less dangerous, but also if you can change the speed limits.
Y eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
And that's everything. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amparo Robles, and on deck will be Henry.
I'm here to bring up to your attention that we need a stop for Sequoia Middle School on the east side of Cottonwood. I did speak to Director Tammy, she's right here, and I let her know our concerns. BCSD has not been complying with the law. They need to be crossing students when they're getting off the bus and when they're boarding the bus. I did ask Director Tammy, I asked her what's the reason for them not getting off the bus and complying with the law. No set explanation has been given to me. Director Tammy did mention to me that the new changes were due to a shortage of drivers, and a supervisor also brought up to my attention that a driver almost got ran over. And that's not a good reason for the new changes, because that's taking care of the drivers, but it's not taking care of our students. And if that's happening, you guys need to be working with CHP. And I did speak to Department of Education. She was not happy to hear Director Tammy had given me the excuse of parking brake, that she was not getting off the bus because due to a parking brake, that it was not safe for the students to be in that bus alone. And Stephanie Oliver in the Department of Education, she was not happy to hear that. So I did include a little map where they have to, it's a mile far, it's a difference, a mile. And I did include in that paper that it's not safe to be crossing Cottonwood. It's not safe to be walking through that liquor store where it's infested with alcoholics and drug addicts, and it's gang related. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want my kids walking around alcoholic people who are always drunk, drinking in public. And I don't know if I need to bring up to you guys that accident that happened on Roseville. And we did have a fatality about 2 weeks ago on Cottonwood. You guys know, if you guys drive on Cottonwood, nobody respects the traffic law in that area. So we need that stop on the east side of Cottonwood for our neighborhood. It is not safe for our kids to be walking a mile every morning. And I did bring it up to Tammy, and I did bring it up to her attention, and they're not willing to do the change. And I did speak to other trainers in another district, and they agree with me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Luque, I'm sorry, what was the intersection she had mentioned? With the alcohol and drug issue? What was the intersection?
Cottonwood and Padre?
And was it a former? No, that's oh, thank you, Mr. Henry. Next will be Ariella Torres after we're done with Mr. Henry.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Henry Spencer. The last time I was in this building, I was actually a student of Bakersfield City School District. I've lived in the same area, same building, same house. I bought the house next door. My kids, I have 3 kids that are all attending Bakersfield City School District schools at this time. And the first thing I seen when I walked in here today was Bakersfield City School District, where the child comes first. Now, I appreciate having to take up your guys' time, and I'm sorry that I'm having to do it. But I am here, just like the last 3 ladies that were up here, to petition to move the bus stop back. Just today, I stopped in the middle of the intersection of Cottonwood and Plants because somebody ran the stop sign while 3 kids were crossing back across Cottonwood. This is bullshit. I mean, this is preventable. This is a situation where we're going to end up with, just like Amparo mentioned, another incident where a child is being put in harm's way. Even if there is an issue with the bus driver, even if the bus driver cannot get off the bus because of safety, because of whatever reasons, because of lack of bus drivers, put the bus stop for Sequoia back over where it was on Hale Street. There's no reason that the bus drivers should be stopping bus 79 every morning. I watch it before I pick up my kids. I make a little route and drop kids off here and drop kids off there. Bus 79 stops and waits before he gets to his stop to pick up the kids. Every afternoon when he drops the kids off on the corner of Hale, he makes the corner and drives 2 blocks to the original stop where that bus driver used to stop for the last 30 years since I went to Poly and Sequoia to clean out his bus. What sense does it make that he stops on the corner in harm's way, has to put out his red sign? He doesn't cross anybody across any streets. This would not change if you put the stop back in the same spot where it has been for the last 30 plus years. Same difference with the Sequoia stop. My kids are walking half a mile. That's fine. Let them walk to the same stop that their little brother's walking. Why aren't the kids going to Sequoia going to the same stop as the other schools? There are 3 different stops within a 2-block radius of my house, and none of them are elementary, none of them are middle school. My kids are walking from the south side, the southeast side of Cottonwood and Plants, a 5-block square, all the way to Madison and Plants, up against the airport. I would appreciate some help with this. I'm sure other parents would too. You guys have a good evening.
Next, we have Aurelia Torres, and, so we'll have Aurelia Torres, and then there will be another Aurelia. Yeah, the same handwriting.
Aurelia Torres?
Aurelia, no, same topic, different numbers. Aurelia Torres. And then I have another Aurelia, but no last name.
Okay.
Okay. We'll come back to Ms. Torres. Moving on to Jose Villarreal. And on deck it's Shauna Pastrano. Okay, now they're clapping for Mr. Spencer. There's a delay, so we can hear them cheering for you.
Good evening. My name is Jose Villarreal, and I work in the transportation department. During our orientation, we were shown a video that I had something in common with. I took the opportunity to have a discussion with someone of importance in this district. I was told that the day and age that we are currently in, we are a different type of employee. My response to this is when there are no consequences for poor work ethic and no reward for good work ethic, there is no motivation. I believe that people don't leave bad jobs, but they leave because of bad bosses and poor management who don't have the appreciation for the contribution towards this district. The uncomfortable truth about this is that switching jobs doesn't always relate to having a better paycheck or a better promotion, but could be because of having a better peace of mind by not working in a toxic work environment anymore. With this being said, I'd like to add that the people that hold the power to make the change towards Team BCSD, being where the students always come first, must have forgotten about the team, the backbone of the district, the employee. I believe it's time to reflect on the reason as to why you decided to accept the role here at BCSD. I challenge you, the Board of Trustees, to come be in our shoes and work side by side with us in our departments, unannounced to the directors and management, to see what we go through unfiltered and true. Thank you for your time.
Were we able to locate Aurelia?
She's still out there with her.
Okay, so Shauna Pastrano and Robin Surley will be on deck.
I'm nervous. It's my first time here. Superintendents and members of the board, my name is Shauna Pastrano. See, I'm gonna get nervous, sorry. And I've been a CPAL for 20 years. These are some of the issues we are having. At some school sites, the principals ask that we translate, especially this week because of parent-teacher conferences. We have also been told to help in the classrooms as aides. We have also been told to tutor students if they need extra help with their academics. On Wednesdays, every early out day, when the teachers had PD time, the CPALs are supposed to have read aloud time. The CPALs read to the students, or the students read to the CPALs. The fire drills are held during our lunch break, and that time is not compensated. The reflective vests that we are obligated to wear are old and tattered, and we request, when we request new ones, that we are told there is no money for new ones. There is none for us. Not all CPALs have lockers or a safe place to put their things on a daily basis. During the spring and summer months, the temperatures get very hot in Bakersfield. Shade is minimal at some campuses,
and the students in CPALs have suffered from heat exhaustion. Whew. Since the water fountains are no longer in use, the students need to bring their own water bottles to drink water. What about the students that don't have them or they forgot them? What do? Our information is that the campus supervisors are our direct supervisor and that the principal is the administrator of the school. If the principal and the campus supervisors cannot address the issues we have, who do we contact? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pastrana. Moving on to Robin Surley, and on deck is Kayla Hernandez. Surley?
I'm Robin.
How do you say your last Surley? Oh, I did say it right. Okay.
Can you get this to Ms. Chris? Thank you. Oh, it's already started. Okay. Hi, my name is Robin Curley, and I've been working as a SPED paraprofessional at Thornton Elementary School. I currently have 13 students who are in the ages from 3 to 5 years old. They are not just severe autistic, but 10 of those 13 are nonverbal. Being a paraprofessional is a gift, and I love my students, but every day it is overwhelming. The outbursts, screaming, fighting, hitting, throwing chairs. These are just some of what we put up with daily in our classroom. Today I stand before you as a SCA union member, representing all SPED paraprofessional aides. I speak on their behalf. As a SPED paraprofessional, hourly pay is extremely low for what all we do every day. At my school, my students are pre-K to K. We have ages 3 to 5, but 3 to 5 years. However, it's been brought to my attention that there's one school in our district that has SPED students from 1st through 8th grade. That school is McKinley. Those students are not just severe autistic, but they also have seizure probe, cardiovascular issues, orthopedically impaired, feeding tubes, physical therapy equipment. Those aides also need to be recognized. But ask yourself this: what's the best way to recognize someone for their good works and for their dedication? But what is their need? Why are we paraprofessionals feeling overwhelmed, underpaid, and understaffed? I urge you to take a look at what I'm asking from all of you. The hourly pay is extremely low for what we do. You might wonder, well, what do you do? Well, I invite you. I challenge you. Come for a couple hours to my school. Be in my shoes. So come to Thor Elementary School, either in the morning or in the afternoon. Just hang out. Hang out with me and my students. Get involved. My school, my students, in my shoes. After spending that time, I guarantee your outlook for the SPED paraprofessionals perspective will change, and you would definitely be on our team to make sure we receive a raise for our hourly pay. In return, you will have less turnover of SPED paraprofessionals. We will feel respected, recognized, and our passion for the job will resonate in the classrooms and with our coworkers. I've had speech therapists, administrators, CPALs in my classroom. They can't believe all that we do for the students, and yet we get paid so little. We're just asking for a pay raise. Our focus is the students. Our focus is to be a strong relationship. What is our need? Recognize us, respect us, visit my school. Show me you care. What is our need? Raise the bar for SPED professionals. Be the first district to recognize us. Bakersfield School District is a leader of all districts. If you create it, they'll follow. Be a leader. Start a new chapter. Let us build up what we already have and create respect that we, the special educational paraprofessionals, deserve. A raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Surley. Moving on to Kayla Hernandez, and on deck is Gloria Boras.
What was the name again, Miss?
Sorry, we were at Kayla.
Kayla Hernandez.
Kayla.
Cindy was waiting.
I'm sorry.
Kayla Hernandez. I am an A2 for Wayside Elementary, working with 3rd and 4th moderate to severe. I would first like to say, as an aide, I feel it takes a lot of responsibility. We deal with behaviors on a day-to-day basis. We have had to deal with spitters, kickers, biters, and hitters. For the 8 years that I have worked for the district, I have had to fill out 34 incident reports, and not just from the school location, but from others that I have been at. For us aides, we have had to endure multiple behaviors with such little staff. We take the position to handle one behavior that takes a job of sometimes 3 staff. And dealing with this puts a hold on the learning process, and most of our students who are wanting to participate can't meet their goals because of such behaviors. I would also like to add, because of this, we don't have time to even prep. I have had gen ed teachers tell me, you guys have so much patience, because no one can do what we do. For the job that we do, SPED classes wouldn't even exist. The classes would not even function if we weren't even present. The wage that we are receiving doesn't even match to what we have to deal with on a daily basis. Our job is not easy, but we keep coming because of the bond that we have with our students. We look forward to seeing their smiles every day and to hear their funny stories. But we want to get the pay that we deserve for doing the job that many people cannot do, and to feel appreciated. Thank you.
And the next is Gloria Boras.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gloria Borras, and I'm a special education paraprofessional. I've been with the district for 35 years now. I'm here on behalf of my colleagues and myself. The following are some concerns that we have in our special education classes. There's been a change in our classroom, the way we have children. So we have kids in our classroom ages 3 to 5 years old. So we get our babies when they're identified and they start their special needs in a school setting. So when they come to us, this is probably the first time that they're other than daycare or home or whatnot. So we get them kicking, scratching, screaming, biting, hitting. Matter of fact, I got bit today. Lost my train of thought here, I'm sorry. So we have a lot going on. So we have children that have, in our classroom, we have kids that have Down syndrome, autism, intellectually, it's ID, I forget what the actual, the correct word is now, and also behaviors. And then we have kids that just need a little oomph, just a little push to get over to the, to gen ed mainstream and whatnot. So those kids that are there that need a little push get probably the least attention, because we're focused on our other babies that are on top of tables, that are kicking us, that are under the tables, that have peed, that have pooped, that have, needless to say, our bathroom is by the cafeteria across the way. So we have kids with behaviors that are fighting us to take them to the bathroom, so that 2 of us have to go and take this child to get diapered, because we don't want the child falling, we don't want to get hurt, we don't want them to get hurt. So it takes 2 of us to change one child, leaving the classroom with the teacher and an aide if we have the other aide. So as you all know, we're short with paraprofessionals. So say I call out, nobody will take the call. We've had subs that have gone, they don't go back. They go to lunch, oh, they get a flat tire. Oh, whatever happens. So they don't return. And you know what, honestly, I don't blame them, because it's a really tough job. Done this for 35 years. I love the babies. Every morning I greet them with, can I have a hug? Do you want a little kiss? I kiss them on the forehead kind of thing, and They know, they expect it because they meet me and greet me like this and like this, you know, because they know. But we need more aides. We need to have coverage, you know, when somebody's out.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, that's time. If you
Okay.
could just conclude your
Okay.
remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Good evening, everyone.
Our next speaker is Nadine Escalante.
Yes, that's okay.
Nadine is right here.
Cindy,
She's
here.
okay. And then after Nadine, I don't know if you want to try and find Aurelia.
Good evening, board members. It's been a while since I've been here. It's been a year. I'm here with the families regarding the Sequoia bus stop situation. We've been in conversations with the district for the past 2 weeks. I'm also here as a representative with Bakersfield Community Policing, a team that meets with Bakersfield Police Department on a monthly basis. We have BPD involved in this conversation with the safety issue over there on the bus stop on Cottonwood and Plans. BPD has said this is an unsafe bus stop. The police department. So this district needs to wake up and get those children into a safe location. I was over there and I took pictures. I'm horrified. This is not safe. We have little ones and people are driving by 50 miles an hour. I know I'm one of those people. I won't do it anymore now because I know there's a bus stop over there. But this is something that has to be addressed. It should have been addressed 2 weeks ago. It should have been addressed when the first mom started asking for help. But now at last count, last week, I had 8 parents that I spoke to, 8. And there's parents here tonight that I haven't even met yet. So this has to be addressed. We're not asking, this has to be addressed for the safety of the students. After the death of that little one that was lost out in Rosedale, does Bakersfield City Schools want to be liable for another child's death? I don't think so. So I'm asking you nicely to please do this for these parents, do this for the safety of our students, our babies. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Were we able to find Ms. Torres? Then we'll move on to Mr. Mariano, Alfredo Mariano.
Hello, I'm here representing my family, the family of Ricardo Aguilar. He was tragically, he passed away Friday after being hit at an intersection coming home from school. This has greatly hurt our family, and we have so many questions. We're so angry right now. We just want some type of response. We want more crossing guards at the schools. We want some other type of more safety measures, more layers of security for our children coming home from school, whether that's walking home from school or at the bus stops, everywhere that we can protect our kids. We need to protect them. This is like I said, this has affected my family, and this shouldn't happen. This kind of stuff shouldn't happen for just coming home from school. Sorry, I apologize. I'm Don't apologize, bro. Hey, this, my aunt, as I said, we're very angry. The school knew about these intersections, the troubles at the intersections. They should have had a crossing guard, some type of extra layer of protection for Ricardo, for other children.
There has been 2 other students that have passed away in 2019 and in 2022 at this crosswalk. No one has done anything. And how many more children have to die for you guys to put cross guards? It's less than a mile away. Anywhere where there's a stop sign or school sign, there needs to be a crossing guard. There needs to be speed bumps. There needs to be flashing lights, anything to protect our children. There's so many kids dying and no one's doing anything. We've spoken to neighbors. Obviously, we've had vigils and everything for our nephew, who was only 8, and he was struck crossing the crosswalk. And this lady is still free right now. No one has done anything. We have not got any answers. And apparently, speaking to the neighbors, it's been years that they've been asking for you guys to put a crossbar. From what we spoke to Andre Gonzalez, he said that you guys pay for cross guards. Why has there not been one put? And not just there. There's been many. And I appreciate, Mark, that you said our condolences, but you did not once say that you were going to do something about it. You didn't say anything. So can you please do something? How many more children need to die at crosswalk, just crossing and going home, just from home to school?
Thank you.
Are we able to find Aurelia? We'll move on to Jennifer Clayton.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Clayton, and I live in the Ole Anderson Sunset neighborhood, and I've been there for 8 years or something crazy like that. I live 2 blocks away from Roosevelt Elementary School, and 4 blocks away from where that little boy died. I have friends and family who have children in that school or had children in that school. A Street has 3 elementary schools on it, 2 stop signs, and a stoplight at California and Brundage. A Street's a racetrack. Holtby is a racetrack. Both of those intersections, A Street and Bank is right there on the corner of Roosevelt. Bank and Holtby are a block from the school. The majority of the kids and the students at those schools leave and go those 2 directions. There is not a crossing guard at either of those places, and it is unacceptable. And it is not new. The school district should know about this. They do know about this. That school has been approached by multiple parents for years and years and years about the needs for these crossing guards. The school district has been approached by parents for the needs of crossing guards by William Penn. The reality is the city is responsible for the safety of those streets, but the school is responsible for the safety of those kids, and you're not stepping up. And if you can't do better, our community has to do something too. We've already had parents that have stood in as crossing guards for their kids when their students were at those schools, and at that time, it was a little bit safer. But we don't have that right now, and it's not the parents' responsibility. When those students leave that school, the school is responsible for them until they get home. That is the bottom line. This little boy died. It's not the first kid that's died. It's not the first time there's been an accident there. It's not the first time that somebody has almost been hit. I live 2 blocks from the school. I've been on my way home, and there is poor traffic control. There's all these parents are trying to get wherever they're going. This is going to continue to be a problem. There's accidents over there all the time. So at some point, someone has to be responsible, and it really should be you guys. Like, that's the bottom line, it should be. So this kid's death, the 2 before him, and the safety of these students is your responsibility, so do something about it. Thanks.
And I have 2 Aurelias.
that's our last speaker. I have both to talk about our situation at the Hale and Carver bus stop.
Excuse me?
Aurelia Torres. Yeah, I thought she was outside this way.
If back one from earlier with the student, she wasn't able to contact me. That's when I had her email superintendent.
Okay. Moving on to item C6, it is recommended that the minutes of the regular meeting on Monday, September 23rd, 2024, meeting be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura. I move that we approve the minutes.
I have a first from Laura Guerrero Salgado. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Trustee Fuentes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to item D, reports from district organizations. We'll begin with the Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association. Beta President, Mr. Steve Comstock.
Good evening, everybody. Wow, hard to follow that up. Good evening. Wanted to start off with the pleasant stuff first. December 18th, we will be having our CTA board mixer at Luigi's, so whoever's on the board at that point will be invited to come along, and we would love to have you come anyway. Enjoy one last one with us. I also wanted to say, because I didn't get to say it last time, I'm happy to see that we were able to pass our bargaining so quickly this year and get that out of the way. But what I really wanted to talk about was the fact that, and I apologize for being a little scatterbrained tonight. In the last 17 days, I spent 10 of them in Germany to go see my daughter, who's stationed there, and 4 in Los Angeles dealing with CTA stuff. So haven't been around Bakersfield a lot lately, so I'm a little bit scattered here. But boy, this group really focused what I think I need to talk about tonight. There's a couple of new committees that are going to be formed, possibly, by votes tonight by the board. One about AI and one about something else. But what I heard a lot of here was a lot of desperation. A lot of desperation from a lot of people, from the public, from the CSCA employees, and from teachers. I have been up here, God, for 8 years now, talking to you guys about the horrific job you do at retaining employees. I see friends that go to other districts. I see talented individuals that go to different districts. Heck, if I was a CSCA employee and I was working as a bus driver or an aide, I'd go work for the $20 or $25 I could get at Chick-fil-A or McDonald's. I just went through a McDonald's, and you can tell, drive-through today and got a breakfast sandwich and saw that they were hiring $20 an hour. Then I looked at our job flyers on the last tab and saw that if you want to be an A2 or a trainee bus driver, you can make like $16 an hour. Congratulations, you're not worth a fast food worker's salary. We have a large, exorbitant, unnecessarily large pile of money sitting there called the reserves. It's unnecessarily large compared to what the state says it needs to be, but for some reason this district thinks that we need to operate like a business. If the state gives you $100 to use, and they say you only need to save $3 for a rainy day, why the hell are we saving like 15 to 20 instead? Those dollars are supposed to be used in classrooms, on students, on facilities. We have facilities like Nichols that are talking about overcrowding in ancient 1960s, and that's not even the oldest, office. We have cafeterias with no air conditioning. I mean, how do people work in these conditions in Bakersfield in 100-degree heat? They do it because they have to, because they're dedicated to the students of this district. I mean, we have the funds available to do it, and if we don't, fire a few administrators and put some more people out on the streets to make sure there are crossing guards. I know that this isn't my most pleasant speech, and it's not my most positive, and a lot of people are disengaged up there, but damn it, this is your job. I can't make the changes in this district. I come and speak on behalf of like 1,800 people, and you blow me off like I don't exist. Oh my God, there goes Steve again. He's just trying to rattle a cage. Dinah Mae comes here and talks to you very politely. She speaks for even more than I do. And it just feels like it falls on deaf ears on a daily basis. I have never felt more marginalized than I have this year. I've talked to Mark a couple of times this year. I feel like the only reason that anything is happening is because I just keep beating the drum to get people on committees, and then even with us on committees, it's basically checking a box. So I would really like to see some meaningful change in this district. I don't know if that means that the 5 of you need to do something here. I don't know if that means that we as the voters need to do something here. But this district has got to change. It is not Bakersfield City School District where the child comes first. It is very obviously Bakersfield City School District where the transportation department comes first, and the students are an afterthought, and long after them are the employees. But I guarantee the administrators are a little bit happy. Maybe not the principals and the vice principals, but anybody above them living in the great white house here on Baker Street, they're not upset. They're not dissatisfied with their jobs. But I am dealing with people every day that want to leave. It is October. I have people wanting to leave this district and go someplace else simply because they don't feel good about where they leave. They don't feel good about what they're doing on a daily basis, and helping the kids may not be enough anymore. So please, do something meaningful. And if you can't, get out of the way and let somebody else do it.
Thank you, President Comstock. Moving on to item D2, Classified School Employees, CSEA, Chapter 48, President Dinah Mae Jimenez.
Talk about a hard act to follow. Go, Steve. Superintendent, board trustees, not going to take up too much of your time. Today was a lot of public speakers. It's a good thing. I just want to mention that you heard from the aides. The aides voiced their concerns. The CPALs voiced their concerns. You heard from the mechanics voice their concerns. The transportation department, we have the public voice their concerns for them. The bus monitors, bus drivers, they have those issues as well. Let's try to work together to find a solution to these issues. Mr. Lukey, in your last superintendent letter, you spoke highly of classified staff. I quote, "I encourage you to prioritize your self-care and wellness. The work we do is demanding, and we can only be at our best when we take care of ourselves. Lean on your friends, your colleagues, and the support systems available to you. Whether you are going through personal challenges or facing difficulties at work, remember that you are not alone. It is in these moments that we need each other the most." In the social emotional learning module, cell modules that we viewed recently, at the end of each module, it states, "If no one has told you today, you are loved." We are not feeling the love. Thank you.
Moving on to item D3, Laborers International Union of North America, LIUNA, Local 777, President Bob Boyd. Okay, just checking. All right, so we will move on to item E1, board member comments. So we have our order. We'll begin with Trustee Guerrero Salgado.
Good evening, everyone. You know, just last night I was looking at previous board meetings and my comments as a board member. And I found that I kept repeating myself over and over and over and over again about the same things. But it seems like it doesn't get through to a lot of people. Safety has always been one of those. Be mindful around schools. I just said it at last month's board meeting. There's a glimpse on it, look at it. I was addressing driving around school, not just elementary, middle school, and high school. Just because our kids are in high school doesn't mean that they're safe. I've been talking about this for months. And that's not the only thing that's going on in our community. Mental health. But we all have to do our part. We as parents are responsible for our children as well. You know, years ago, I used to be that parent that used to drop off my child at school with my first one and say, he's a teacher's problem now. But here I am, 20 years later, and I think completely different. Our kids are also our responsibility, not just the teacher's responsibility, not just the CPAL's responsibility, because it all starts at home. Now regarding, I know as board members, we're not supposed to engage in public comment or anything, but I will say that I did reach out to Mr. Luque earlier this week, or in the past few days, and I asked them on crosswalks. And I asked them for an update on our staff and our students at Roosevelt. Not Rosedale, Roosevelt. And maybe Mr. Luque can give you guys a little crosswalk 101 on what the law is. And if I remember I'm sorry, I'm trying to scroll through the message and find it. Mr. Luque, I asked you regarding a crosswalk and crossguard, at the intersection. And if I remember correctly, you told me that we as a district cannot have a crossguard there because there is no sidewalk or there's no crosswalk, correct?
If I may interject, the question was, can the district place a crossguard at the specific location of the accident? And the answer is no, because there's not a defined crosswalk there. It's an uncontrolled intersection, meaning no crosswalk. So I have some more comments on that tonight during my report, but we need the city's partnership in these conversations, and I'll address more of that, if I may, during my comments.
Yes, thank you. And I understand the frustration as a parent, as a member of the community. All kids are important, and all children should come first. But we all got to work together. And I've said it before many times. We attack problems, not people. You know, if there is a problem, bring it to our attention. I've been seeing more and more emails as long as I've been sitting on the board. Before, you wouldn't see as many emails. But we as a community have become I'm sorry, I'm trying to watch my words. We have become more aware of our surroundings, and we have become brave into voicing our concerns. And I appreciate everybody that has been here tonight speaking their mind. That is the right thing to do. I honestly was not expecting all this tonight. I never write down anything. Anybody that knows me, we've been to conferences in Chicago, San Diego, everywhere, and I don't use a script. And today I jotted down some ideas because I knew this meeting was going to be intense. We as a board, as everybody up here at the diocese, we're under a lot of pressure. But we need to learn how to work together. Because at the end of the day, we have to do this for our kids because that's the future. I'm sorry. But I'll change my comments a little bit. I'll share with you guys that last week I went on a field trip with about 100 fourth graders. We went to Valley Trails Camp. These kids made butter. They made a candle. They were looking for gold. It was fake gold, but at the end, they turned in those spray painted nuggets and traded in for actual gold in a little glass vial, which was pretty cool because whether you found painted rocks, you still got real gold. And they had this section where the kids were able to wash clothes by hand with a washboard. And as I'm being a chaperone on this field trip, I'm engaging with all these students, and this little girl says, "Is this how you used to wash clothes back in your days?" I said, "Girl, I ain't that old." And she kept scrubbing. She looks at me. She's like, "You're from the 1900s." I said, my daughter was like, "My mom's 21." My daughter still thinks I'm 21. I don't know why, but anyhow. Those field trips that us as a board approve, that list, that place did not know that there was a board member there. We approve those areas, correct? We approve those destinations.
Correct.
And I'm gonna ask you that we need to revisit some of these areas. I would say 98% of the kids on that field trip enjoyed the trip, but the other 2% didn't. And I haven't shared anything with you because we've both been busy, but I wanted to share this publicly. I know we don't like surprises or anything, but the way we treat our kids in a classroom matters. The way we treat our kids in a playground matters to me. And the way we treat our kids on a field trip matters to me. So I would like to revisit that list and maybe have somebody from our staff. And I wasn't trying to play undercover either because I wore my badge the whole time. And if anybody is coming across anybody with a badge, it doesn't take that long to just read what's under there. But I don't appreciate the way one specific person was talking to our children out there. And that's why to me it was important to share this particular field trip. And then after that crazy long ride back home, I'm getting ready to leave and I have a parent say, "Hey, we don't see you anymore at school site council." And I said, "Oh yeah, I'll be going to the next meeting." She says, "It's happening now." Our field trip started at 7:30 in the morning. That was the longest day ever. Mind you, it was late start. So I had to figure out my other kids, how they were gonna get to school. But again, as a parent, it's my responsibility to figure it out, right? It's our responsibility. And for most of you that know me and know a bit about my personal life, I don't have family here. My family is my parents at school or the people that I work with. Whether it's me showing up at a board meeting because I didn't find somebody to watch my kids and Dr. Fullenweider is engaging with them, updating the kids and asking them how is it going, and my kids will be the first one to find Mr. Ceja, Dr. Fullenweider, or even Mr. Luque to address things because I've taught them how to be vocal and speak their mind. And that's something that us as parents, it's our responsibility to do. We gotta teach our kids to speak up and not fear administration or authority. Anyhow, school site council at Voorhees, the parents in attendance were very happy. There was a handful, but they were happy. And they were happy to say that Voorhees has come a long ways. Because as some of you know, years ago, I was very unhappy at Voorhees as a parent. That was before I got on the board. And I've shared that openly. And Mr. Duque knows that. Then after that long field trip, finally think Friday is gonna be a good day, right? And we get updates on our student. And we got a lot of work to do. We as a district have a lot of work to do. We as a community have a lot of work to do. We're supposed to learn how to work together. Saturday comes around Parent University. Mr. Chris Kumpler was the keynote speaker. Parents were well engaged. Then I did attend a class session, which I'm enrolled in, and actually 2 of our parents here are in the same class session. There was a lot of feedback. There was a lot of more concerns on, I feel like I'm not being heard, right? At my classroom, in my classroom at my school site, what can I do? I think the classroom got a little bit off topic, but I'm glad I was able to redirect them. And as a board member, I will stand my ground. And we're gonna have to do what we have to do to make things better. And I'll just end with that. Thank you.
Our next speaker, board report, board comments, is from Trustee Brooke Melial.
Good evening. Thank you to all the public speakers. We greatly appreciate that. I had the privilege of attending the Community Partners in Education event at Franklin Elementary recently, and I cannot express enough how wonderful it was to see the hard work being done in our schools. I was shown around the classrooms where I was able to see students deeply engaged in learning, supported by dedicated teachers and staff who truly are passionate about what they do. Seeing the warm, welcoming atmosphere of students reminded me of how important it is for all of us to protect the spaces where our children grow and learn. Recently, we lost one of our own, a beautiful 8-year-old boy whose life was tragically taken. There are no words to describe the depth of pain this has caused his family and our community, and my heart aches for them, the whole board. While we cannot control everything that happens around us, we can control one simple but powerful thing: putting down our phones when we're behind the wheel. It's a small decision that can make a huge difference. I know we all lead busy lives and feel the constant pull of text messages, notifications, and calls, but nothing is more important than the lives of our children. I want to take a moment just to offer a few suggestions on how we can avoid using our phones while we're driving, and this is just as much a reminder to me because we're all guilty of it. I told my son recently, if you ever see me even touch my phone, tell me to put it down. Set your phone to do not disturb before you start your car. Many phones now have the feature that can automatically silence notifications while you're driving. It helps not to even hear it. Put your phone out of reach, maybe in the glove compartment or the back seat, so you won't be tempted to check it. Use a driving app that blocks calls and messages while you're on the road, sending an automatic response to anyone trying to contact you. If you absolutely need to use your phone, pull over safely. No call is worth a life. We can't take away the pain of losing that precious boy, but we can honor his memory by doing everything in our power to prevent future tragedies. Let's come together as a community to keep our children safe, not just in our schools, but on our roads and in every part of our lives. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all in the community who create a loving and supportive place for our kids. Let's commit to staying present and protecting them with care and the attention they deserve. Thank you.
I'm next. I'm Trustee Christopher Spoon. It's been really wonderful to have so many people here speaking tonight. I think it is 7:46. We're here for kids, y'all. When they ask questions, we should pay attention. I think this might be the most comments we've ever had, and some of the most powerful comments we've listened to. And before we got here tonight, I know I'm not alone sitting on the dais, and so many of you who've reached out and shared your experiences. There's some things that, words like there aren't right words. We can't. I tell people who call me as a board member, I don't have a magic wand, but I don't know what I don't know, so please share your experiences. And I feel like the last week has been a barrage of really tough experiences, and those aren't new things that existed in our district, but they're new things that you became brave and bold enough to share with us. And we actually, I know we don't look like we appreciate it, but we do appreciate it. A lot of the bad things that have happened have been keeping me up at night, and I don't have a solution yet. I don't think we all have a perfect solution yet. When the board has solutions, which, for those of you who've never come to a board meeting, folks who come and talk to us, we don't fix it that night. We don't make a motion and let's change this today. That's it's not within our power to, even actually technically to vote on a crossing guard and add it to an agenda tonight. But even if we could, technically we couldn't make it happen because the infrastructure doesn't exist to do it. That doesn't mean it isn't something we want to do. We just have to work within the infrastructure and the bureaucracy that exists in the world to make those changes happen. So it doesn't mean that we're dismissing concerns. It doesn't mean that we don't care. It just is the process of governance. And we are bound to that governance process and to honor those procedures to make sure that we are acting with integrity. But I visited a couple schools recently, and I've been an educator since 2005, and the things I saw at the schools completely I couldn't do every day what the staff were doing that I witnessed. We have remarkable people that work in our schools. And when speakers would talk about getting hit or kicked or punched, while they're screaming and while someone's jumping off a desk and swinging from a cord, I'd never seen anything like that before. And so it was really powerful for me to see with my own eyes. And they knew I was coming, but they can't change the behaviors for students who can't control their behaviors. It wasn't these were not people who were good at their job. There's some, I didn't know, okay, I'm gonna tell you one story. So there was one little boy that took my finger and was leading me around the yard. And I was I have a special bond. I was so excited that this kid loved me. I was this is awesome. Afterwards, someone told me that he was an eloper, and I didn't know what that means. So he was person with a badge. And he was taking me to the corners of all the fence and walking around in circles because he thought I was gonna help him exit. So there are I didn't know there are escape artists that are little tiny humans, and that their whole focus the full time is trying to find a way to escape the playground. But I didn't know that's just a common thing. And so I've been really humbled the last 4 years of learning more and more. I thought, as someone who went to the district, sent my kids to the district, has multiple relatives that work in the district, that I understood what our district does. I thought I knew. And every month I am humbled by what I don't know. And it's been a really humbling week, y'all, a super duper humbling week. But we're growing as a governance team, we're growing as individual leaders. And when I started, the first 2 years were COVID and recovering from COVID. We weren't even thinking about buses because we were just thinking about getting kids back to school. That wasn't even on the radar. And so I think the conversations are maturing and adjusting because we have crisis, but hopefully this will lead to us keeping the lines of communication open. We won't just respond to crises and tragedies, but we'll be able to get ahead of some problems because we've built this rapport with all of you. So thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you for lifting your voices. We appreciate you. I apologize that I don't have a magic wand. but I promise you that we care very deeply and we want change as much as you do. Our next speaker for board member comments is Trustee Anthony Fuentes.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anthony Fuentes. Gonna try to keep it short as usual. Wanted to echo a lot of what has already been said by some of the other board members. Thank you all so much for being here and for saying your comments. It takes a lot to stand at that microphone and speak your voice, especially when you are an employee of this district. So I truly, genuinely appreciate that you came and made us aware of your perspective. Really important, and thank you for that. We have a lot of work to do. The only thing I wanted to highlight was the comments about the Community Partners Day. Got to see College Heights, which was really, really great school. Really appreciate the chance to walk around that campus, and looking to going back pretty soon. And that'll be it for the night. It's election season. Make sure you all vote. And that'll be it. Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, Trustee Lillian Tafoya.
I also wanted to start out by saying that this has been one of the most emotional meetings, and one of the best meeting as far as people coming forth and expressing their concerns and their voices. It affects the whole district because we had classified people, we had parents, and we had teachers that came forth and expressed very candidly and very honestly what their concerns were. I think the timing is going to be good. We're having a board study session next week, and I'm sure our superintendent will be adding these issues. I want you to know that we're already working on most of these issues. It isn't that our administration hasn't been silent and hasn't been knowledgeable about these issues, but like Dr. Cruz Boone said, this takes time sometimes to come together and to make sure that we work with all of our partners, all of you that are here in this room, and everyone else beyond in our district, to make sure that we come up with the best solutions. But it's only through your voice and through your ability to come and express yourselves and being honest and candid about things that are happening. We've had issues in the past, and they've always come to fruition in a positive way, and I think this can happen again. It's been a tough, very tough week, because it's been so sad to lose one of our students, and it was good that a lot of our people came forth, because we can act more proactively in this area of making sure that our children are surrounded by safe conditions as they go to school. But it's going to take all of us working together on that. It was rather joyful earlier in the meeting when we had all of our staff members that honor our values within our district. And I would just want to congratulate all of the honorees that received recognition tonight. I think we have a very, very hardworking community here in Bakersfield City School District. And, you know, I know there's a lot of pain right now, but most of the people express how they love working here. They just want to make sure that they're heard, that they're valued, they're appreciated, and supported. And we're working on all of those issues. I just wanted to mention also what the other board members, or a couple of them mentioned, is that we had a great community and partnership education day at the Doubletree, where all of our schools and all of our administration was represented. And we had our community sponsors there, and it was a wonderful experience. In addition to coming together at that particular morning for breakfast, we had the opportunity to visit schools and spend some time with the students and teachers and administrators. And I had the good fortune of going to Paul Cato's school. And I just want to say I had a great morning, great experience. It was very welcoming, very well organized. Their instructional program is very sound. They've been able to garner a few awards this year. They have great leadership, and I just saw the fine qualities. So that isn't just Cato School, that's happening in a lot of our schools. I think we have a lot more good than we do issues, but just like this is a time, I think, in our world where we're all experiencing a lot of pain and a lot of frustration, and we pretty much act in the fast lane, and it's kind of hard to slow down and have the self-care that we need and all of our needs met. But I want to thank all of you. It's been a long evening so far, and we're just starting our program, the business part, the rest of the business part. So I want to thank you for being here this evening and know that we really care about the students, and they really do come first. And so we're doing our very best, and thank you so much.
Moving on to item E2, our report from our superintendent, Mr. Mark Lukey.
Good evening, everybody. I apologize in advance. My thoughts are a little bit scattered right now for a variety of reasons. I do want to thank all of our public speakers tonight. We need to hear everyone's perspective and how they engage in our district, and we recognize many of the immense challenges that are facing us right now as a team, and we're working to find solutions that are great for our staff, great for our kids, so we can serve our kids across our schools. For the first time in my 4 years, 3+ years as superintendent, I've written my comments down because I knew I would be all over the place tonight. So let me just begin, and I'll just ad-lib a little bit through it. I want to begin by expressing my deep appreciation for the hard work and dedication of our staff across the district. One of my faults is that this work is very personal to me. As a product of this district growing up, understanding the value this place invested in me and helped me to achieve where I'm at today, I see the potential of every one of our children walking through our gates into our seats in our classrooms every day. We have to do better. We must be a better system, a better place for our students, and ultimately, we're not always going to agree, and I'm never going to have all the time the best answer for our staff or our parents. But what I do demand is professionalism, courtesy, and respect to everybody. I demand that. There's never a time to lose that when you're engaging with someone, whether it's a fellow staff member, a parent, community member, any of it. There's never an excuse. And so, as I hear the voices of our staff, I am a little bothered by how some are portraying the interactions with staff in the district. And we need to be better about that. There's a lot to reflect on in the comments tonight, and I appreciate the fact I can go back and watch it because, frankly, it was all over the place tonight. So a couple of things related to district business. I want to get into some other topics. This is Parent-Teacher Conference Week, and I'm hopeful that our parents and staff are maximizing this opportunity to connect on a more personal level as we focus on the progress of our students. The 2023-24 CASP scores, our state scores, have been available to us, but now we have the comparative data for students across BCSD and the county and the state. They've been released, and they reflect the tremendous challenges our community and children continue to face. I want to be clear in expressing my personal belief that our students are much more than a test score. Each child carries immense potential and unique talents. Recognizing this, I say publicly, we must do better. While I recognize the factors that have affected student learning, including the lasting impacts of the pandemic, we cannot allow these realities to lower our expectations for our students. It is our responsibility to ensure that every student receives the high-quality education they deserve, and we are committed to addressing the gaps in achievement with urgency, focused, and renewed dedication. I want to highlight some promising trends in our attendance metrics. Our current average daily attendance sits at 95.3%, which is a 0.7% improvement, over the same period last year. Additionally, our chronic absenteeism rate has decreased to 15.4%, which is a 0.7% improvement compared to last year as well. While these gains are encouraging, we recognize there is still significant work to be done to continue improving attendance and ensuring every student has the opportunity to succeed. And now to the difficult part. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the heartbreaking loss of one of our students at Roosevelt Elementary School last week. The tragedy has deeply impacted our school community, and our thoughts remain with the families, staff, and students during this incredibly difficult time. In an effort to bring parents and community together for healing and support, I'm hosting a gathering next Wednesday evening at 5 o'clock at Roosevelt School. Our goal is to listen, provide comfort, and begin the collective process of moving forward in unity. My following statements are not accusatory or trying to place responsibility or blame on anybody, but I want to say, Susie Rios, the principal at Roosevelt, since 2016, has petitioned the city for traffic studies to place improvements around the campus. Now, someone's going to say, well, that specific intersection wasn't part of that study. No, it was not. But there were other intersections around the school that have been requested over and over and over again for improvements. Just last Wednesday morning, I was speaking to our parents as leaders at Hodels about this very topic of traffic safety. I've sent out at least 4 letters this year to parents about traffic safety. I'm not blaming anybody, it's a shared responsibility. We have to act as well. But I appreciate Trustee Malial's comments. I'm a dad. Our babies are our most prized possession in the world. And what happened was completely avoidable and preventable. And this family is going to suffer this pain forever. And I don't know what the answers are. And I can't promise or assure that we're going to solve every challenge around that campus or, frankly, around the other 43 campuses in our district. But we can listen. We can listen, we can work proactively to ensure that we are as responsive as possible in every possible way. And so next Wednesday's meeting, I've invited the city of Bakersfield, the police department as well, to come and be part of this meeting. And again, we can't expect solutions that evening, but we can listen. And I'm hopeful as a result of this conversation, some positive outcomes can come of it. One thing that we have not stated publicly that I want to acknowledge is the Roosevelt staff is feeling this significantly. There are adults who interacted with this child on a daily basis. And every example offered to us was the positive, happy, engaging student that he was. And I want to publicly thank our district staff, our HR department, our services department, who quickly mobilized supports to the campus last week. But special credit to our crisis response team, our team of psychologists, and ERMS therapists, who are education-related mental health services therapists, who were instrumental in offering vital assistance to staff, students, and families. The professionalism and compassion continue to be a lifeline during this tragic time for staff who continues to grapple with what could they have done to prevent this. As we move forward, I want to make it clear that we will continue to be responsive, supportive, and deeply committed to our community. We understand the weight of this moment and the work that lies ahead. And we are prepared to do whatever is necessary to support our students, our family, and staff during this difficult time. Thank you.
Moving on to item E3, our cultural heritage recognition for November, Native American History Month, which will also be our superintendent, Mark Luque.
Thank you once again. Bakersfield City School District recognizes the heritage of Native Americans in our schools and city and encourages all students, staff, and BCSD families to deepen their understanding of the Native American community by celebrating their histories, cultures, and contributions. The month of November is a time to celebrate rich and diverse cultures, traditions, and histories, and to acknowledge the important contributions of Native people. In 1987, Congress called upon President Ronald Reagan to designate the week of November 22nd through 28 as American Indian Week. By 1990, President George H.W. Bush approved a joint resolution proclaiming November as National American Indian Heritage Month. Congress chose November to recognize American Indians, as this month concluded the traditional harvest season and was generally a time for Thanksgiving and celebration. Additionally, in 2009, President Barack Obama signed legislation that established the Friday immediately following Thanksgiving Day of each year as Native American Heritage Day. The Board of Trustees encourages all staff and families to visit our BCSD Cultural Heritage Guide located on our district webpage for activities and resources to honor, recognize, and celebrate the history of Native American heritage. Thank you.
Mr. Lukey, I just wanted to share that I was in Santa Fe last week and they had their second annual Indigenous powwow. So I was able to witness a big celebration in this arena. So I thought that was very nice.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Moving on to item E4, it is recommended the resolution to establish the Artificial Intelligence Committee be approved. Do I have a motion?
I so moved for approval.
Moved by Lillian DeFoy. Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? I actually was going to discuss, but did anyone else want to start? So one of our major charges as a governance committee, I've been reviewing some of our, and I know we already passed a policy related to AI and a policy related towards wellness. So the district is already doing that work, and there are already infrastructure at the district level doing that work. But I am a little remiss. I'm going to vote no since we're not tabling this. But the reason I'm voting no isn't because I don't support these initiatives. I think the people who are doing this work are doing great work anyway. But I don't want to say as a board that this is my priority right now. And I think next week we're going to do a study session and learn a lot about our budget. And I'd love to see where our budget is going. I know we're, we spend substantial parts of our LCAP on family and community engagement, which I think is so incredibly valuable and such a service to the community. But also, I've been thinking more and more about our budget and how much of our money is spent directly on kids and on classrooms. And so I'm really nervous about starting new committees and starting new work that will require us to eventually commit dollars, but definitely, people resources. When we're spread so thin, we're understaffed in so many areas, and we're not meeting the needs of what we need to do in classrooms, is my current take. And I don't know if that's because we can't find staff, or I don't know if that's because we don't have the budget. I don't know all those. I know we're going to talk more in depth about that, but I just would rather, for me, I will, not want to do this right now just because I don't feel like I have a good picture of where we're at. So that's me.
Can we move to table it?
There's a motion on the floor and a second, so we have to vote on that.
Yeah, we have to vote
If it
it.
fails, then you can place another motion.
Yeah.
I agree too. I think that right now we have other priorities, and I'm not saying that this is not important. Definitely AI is coming no matter what we do. But as a member of a committee too, it does take additional work. So I'm not saying I don't support it also, but I would like to possibly table it. So motion to table.
Vote?
Well, we have to wait till we're done with the discussion, and then we'll do a vote.
It would have to be voted down.
It would have to vote it down, but then we could make a second motion to table it to make sure that it came back.
Okay.
So, is there any more discussion?
I think tabling it sounds good.
All right.
Because I would like to know how much money that might eat up. So thank you for bringing that up.
And this wasn't planned. I think I just, after thinking about all the things said tonight, was kind of, I just want to slow down just a little bit. So all those in favor of passing this resolution to establish a committee to be approved, please vote aye.
Aye.
So Trustee DeFoy voted aye. Is there any other ayes? All those opposed? Nay? Nay. So the motion does not pass. It is recommended that the resolution to establish an artificial intelligence committee be tabled to our next meeting. Do I have a motion?
This is law motion that we table it.
So I have a first for the same exact words, but instead of be approved, be tabled. Is that
Tabled,
okay? Yeah, sorry, I just was making sure the wording was clear with.
And the second was, I'm sorry, do we have a
Yes,
second?
Molly. Second.
And Malial is our second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One.
Trustee DeFoya. Any abstained? All right, so we are moving on to our second resolution, which is, it's currently written, it is recommended the resolution to establish a committee on staff and student wellness be approved. We can take that motion or we can make a substitute motion.
I'll make the motion.
The motion in action, or
pass,
would you like
yes,
to make the
to
substitute
pass.
motion? To pass?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion from Brooke Malley Alt to pass the resolution to establish a committee on staff and student wellness. Do I have a second?
I second it.
So we have a first from Malley, we have a second from Tafoya. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? I am opposed. Motion passes 4-1. We'll now move on to item F1. The board will take a 5-minute recess at 8:12.
Serena, how are you doing? I'm good. It was good to see you.
Which class are you guys here for?
It's not one yet. I thought we were
Wait,
over.
why are you
and I'm
putting
my seconds on?
Sorry. Okay, now. There we go. All right, we are now back in session. We're going to begin with item G1, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services Report, Ms. Laura Orozco.
Good evening, Board President Dr. Chris Cruz Boone and members of the board. For you tonight, I have two presentations by two of the executive directors. First, we'll have Mr. Alfonso Ceja, which will be giving you a presentation on our multilingual education programs. And we also have Mrs. Rocio Munoz, the executive director for state and federal programs, presenting for Cluster 2 schools. So, Mr. Ceja.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Lukey, others present. So I'm going to provide you with a brief update on the multilingual education programs for Bakersfield City School District. So through my update, I'm going to cover three primary LCAP goals. The first one being LCAP Goal 1.7, multilingual education programs and supports for students. Our LCAP Goal 1.21, dual immersion program. Also briefly talked about the bilingual authorization partnership with Bakersfield City's, with California State University, Bakersfield, as well as our community-based English tutoring CBET program, which is our goal, LCAP Action 3.3. I'm also gonna touch briefly on our District English Language Advisory Committee, our DLAC committee, as well as our Multilingual Education Committee, which a committee appointed by the Board of Trustees. So to start with Goal 1.7, Multilingual Education Programs and Supports, I have some numbers for you here just for your reference. This is our, to the left, it's the number of English learners currently in our classrooms by grade level in Bakersfield City School Districts. We have a total of 7,223 students who are English learners currently in our districts. And for them, we do have our designated ELD as well as our integrated ELD. Designated ELD, transitional kinder get designated ELD support daily. Our kinder through third grade get 30 minutes of designated ELD a day. 45 minutes for 4th, 5th, and 6th graders. 6th grade in the middle school through 7th and 8th get a full period of designated ELD. For our immigrant students there, the numbers by grade level are to the right of that chart. We have a total of 1,088. Immigrant students are students who are recently arrived to the United States from another country. They have to be born outside of the United States and be here for 3 or less years. That is what classifies them as immigrant students. For them, we do use a supplemental program called Lexia English, which is language supports outside of designated ELD. It's in addition to their designated ELD minutes. So with this, we also have part of this goal, a big component is professional development for our teachers, our administrators, as well as for designated and integrated ELD. Our program specialists in the district provide professional development around the areas of designated ELD using research-based strategies such as the ELD Toolkit of Strategies, which also focuses on the different types of English learner typologies, the different levels and how to address the different levels of need for each group. We also have designated and integrated ELD, which supports all academic areas on how to support English language learners. In the last couple of months, we have seen an impact in our English learners' progress in regards to reclassification. That's one way we measure progress for our English learners. So just to give you an idea of that progress and that impact, this school year, we have already reclassified 824 English learners as of now. And we have an additional 158 students who are on track to be reclassified this school year as soon as they meet the criteria. In comparison to last year, in the whole year we reclassified 650 students. So we believe this has a great impact, and we believe this is due to several things. One, we evaluated our reclassification criteria in comparison to other similar districts to make sure that we were being at the same level field and not asking any more or any less than other districts around our area. We also have intentionally focused on building the collective efficacy and collective capacity of our teachers when it comes to designated ELD, as well as our site administrators and classroom teachers. And then we also have been consistently monitoring designated ELD supports, and that it's actually taking place daily. By law, that these services need to happen on a daily basis, rain or shine. We can't stop designated ELD. So that's one of our goals, one of our actions from the LCAP. The second action is in regards to dual immersion program. These are enrollment numbers as of last week. In our dual immersion program, you have them by grade level and by school. In our district, we are currently serving 677 students in our dual immersion program in 3 of our schools: Harris Elementary, Voorhees, and Stern Middle School. Part of our dual immersion program, offering these throughout the day for our students, we also have to work on the collective capacity of our dual immersion teachers. And the way we do this is we offer quarterly collaboration days where we get substitutes for our dual immersion teachers. We bring them to plan for a full day. We provide professional development. This year, we're doing a book study with all of our dual immersion teachers during that collaboration day. And then based on the BGLAD strategies, BGLAD are guided language acquisition design strategies that are research-based. We have determined 4 strategies. There's a lot more than 4. But we have determined 4 strategies that all dual immersion teachers focus on by quarter. So for quarter 1, all of our dual immersion teachers focus on diagrama pictorico, or known as the pictorial diagram. Second quarter, which is now beginning, they are focusing on tabla de aprendizaje. Third quarter, they'll focus on grupos expertos, or expert groups. And then fourth quarter, they'll focus on párrafo cooperativo, or cooperative paragraph writing. So the reason we focus on each strategy is, again, when we come together in that collaboration, to have some common ground and conversations and collaboration across the schools and across the grade levels. So that way it's not oranges and apples, but it's apples to apples conversations. So what's the impact of these goals, 1.21? We have, in our dual immersion program, like I said, 677 students who are currently on track to meeting all the 3 pillars of the dual immersion program. So if you're familiar with dual immersion, there are 3 pillars in the dual immersion program. The first pillar being bilingualism and biliterate. All of our students are biliterate and bilingual by the time they finish 8th grade and going to high school. Grade level achievement competency. And then the third pillar is sociocultural competencies. So we believe that students are on the right track due to a couple of factors. One, the quarterly dual immersion collaboration meetings with teachers, where we have collective conversations and then we target those areas as a group as opposed to individual classroom teachers trying to accomplish this work by themselves. Also, the consistency and implementation of the BGLAD strategy, or known as the Guided Language Acquisition Design Strategies, in collaboration with thinking maps in the classrooms. We also have quarterly parent meetings where we meet with parents and bring this information to them. We talked about the pathway to proficiency, the focus of instruction to parents, as well as sociocultural events at the school sites that are supported by the Cultural Heritage Guide from the district. So these are events that are put together with a focus on the third pillar, which is competencies of social cultural competency. That's an instructional side of the LCAP actions. Then we move into the parent involvement side of the LCAP actions, which is 3.3, which is Community English Tutoring CBET, where we have this year, I'm very happy to say we have 72 parents that are taking English classes in level 1 and 50 parents that are taking classes in level 2. So these are some of the pictures that we've taken this year in our classrooms. In fact, right now as we speak, they finish at 7, so they're home already. But every Tuesday and Thursday, they go to school from 5 to 7. So they're not there anymore. But the greatest impact, and I believe last year I came to you and we said that we had 72 parents that graduated Parent University through CBET program. This year, if all of these parents continue attending the CBET program, we're expected to have already 122 parents graduating from Parent University this school year. We believe this is, as a result of this, is because of the high quality of teaching in our, and commitment to our teachers, to our parents at the school sites, as well as the child care. We provide the child care for any student or any child from 3 to 12 years of age. So this allows actually both parents, father and mother, to attend classes while their students are right next door learning something else from 5 to 7 every Tuesday and Thursday. So it's a great outcome for community involvement. So I talked about dual immersion. The greatest impact from dual immersion on the student side is the bilingualism, social cultural, and achieving a high standards. On the how do we staff, it's the BILA, the bilingual authorization. We need teachers to be able to teach in both languages, English and Spanish. So the partnership with CSUV allows us to be able to have teachers acquire the bilingual authorization and be able to teach in this program. So these are some pictures from our current partnership with CSUV and students in class actually in action presenting about dual immersion. So these are some of our future teachers in the dual immersion that are in preparation right now for future years. For DLAC, our District English Language Advisory Committee, we meet every month to discuss everything and anything about English learners, immigrant students. And so this last month, in October, we had Mr. Luque who came in and presented to our DLAC parents and talked specifically about the importance of the portrait of the graduate. So went over the 6 competencies around the portrait of the graduate, and as well emphasize priority number 2, which is all students who enter kindergarten must be reclassified by grade 5, which I spoke about reclassification just a little bit ago. So some of the impact from our DLAC committee is they advise the district through the work that I bring forth to you is on the reclassification criteria, as well as advise the district and the board on the multilingual master plan that I bring to you every year for approval, which you graciously approve in May. And also they provide feedback in the LCAP development. When Mrs. Orozco goes out and meets with them, provide meaningful feedback for the LCAP. So they're a very involved group of parents that have their hands on these very important documents. And then I'm going to conclude with our Multilingual Education Committee. This is the breakdown of the Multilingual Education Committee. I want to thank Mrs. Laura Guerrero-Salgado and also Mrs. Brooke Molly-Alt for being the 2 board members who serve in the Multilingual Education Committee. They go to these meetings quarterly with everybody else here on this list. We have district staff, school site staff, teachers, administrators, as well as beta representation, as well as parents from every school, as well as DLAC representation, and then community members such as Bakersfield City, California State University Bakersfield, Kern County Superintendent of Schools. So we had this Kern High School District, and just like April, I brought to you these recommendations from the MEC. Every year I bring recommendations to you. So this is nothing new to you. I just wanted to put it here, remind you. These were the recommendations the MEC had for you last year, which was keeping the path to proficiency in 6th grade, starting the survey for the next dual immersion school. We are currently receiving public community input on that survey. It will stay open through November, Thanksgiving week, and then we'll bring those results to MEC committee for next steps, as well as a Spanish language arts adoption that we're currently reviewing at the school sites, and then our bilingual authorization support up to 15 teachers. So this is kind of like the recommendations from that committee, and wanted to just remind you of those since I just brought them to you in April. So with that, I'm here for any questions.
I was surprised at the big discrepancy in the amount of children that are being reclassified, but you explained the rationale as to why that happened. And so, but I, in the past I was on this committee, and I know one of the things that came up all the time was the inability to procure the teachers for the program because we didn't have the training at the university and so forth. So has that improved a lot then now to the point where we are, I know we've expanded our program somewhat, not nearly as much as we should have because it started way, 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 way back.
So it has helped.
Pardon?
It has helped primarily in the elementary grades. We do struggle a little bit in the secondary grades because of the single subject. So we have to have that history teacher that speaks both languages and is fluent enough. But it has helped. We do have anywhere between 4 to 5 teachers that have gone through the program that are not in a dual immersion classroom yet.
Oh, okay.
That are waiting for an opening to
that's good.
arise as of right now.
So Cal State has been instrumental in providing the professional development for those. Okay.
Yeah, it's both. I think one of the things that we are struggling with is, like Mr. Ceja said, it's having the teachers, they'll have the content authorization or the content credential, but they won't have it to teach in Spanish. And so you need both. You need, for example, math, but you also need to make sure that you can teach math in Spanish. So that's where the difficulty for middle school, junior high comes for us, to be able to have both authorizations or both credentials.
Oh, I can totally understand that.
Right, right. And it's at junior high to teach science and math, is the language or the vocabulary is very difficult.
Right.
I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, you were talking about monitoring teachers and training teachers. I know that also the support staff that helps in your dual immersion program has to have a lot of understanding of the complexities of that program as well. Do we have similar training? Is it internal? Do we do that in conjunction with like BC, or how does that piece work?
Yes. So what we for specifically on professional development for our teaching course, as well as our admin, we started in partnership with Kern County Superintendent of Schools, and then now we are in a combination of Kern County Superintendent of Schools is supporting us with our admin cohorts on specifically the EO roadmap, which is a state-adopted policy. And then our program specialists within the multilingual education program are running after teacher work hours on extra time professional development for our classroom teachers on specific strategies for designated EOD as well as integrated EOD.
They also go into the school sites and either do grade level meetings as support, to model lessons, they also do that as well.
So, but do those cohorts and that level of training exist for the class, like you're talking mostly administrative certificated, I was talking the classified staff to support the program? Because it seems like we can't just insert anyone that has a classified credential in our, the paraprofessional. We can't just put anyone into that program. They also need to understand the complexities of the program, yeah? So I just wonder if there's any kind of onboarding professional, really actually, what I mean is, as we're growing, is there like succession planning to grow that classified workforce to support the needs of that like blossoming program? Because it seems like that's really critical to the success as well.
We can definitely add that, for sure, yeah.
I mean, you have all the infrastructure, you guys are doing all of it.
Yes, yes, agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. And something else that we've done is specifically for our single subject designated ELD teachers of the middle school. We had an onboarding where we would pull them for a full day and just talk about what is designated ELD for you as a single subject in the middle school, as well as not only on that side, but also for our dual immersion teachers. The newbies that just started dual immersion this year, we had a full day of onboarding just to talk about what does it mean to be a dual immersion teacher? What does that % of language mean to you, and how should you carry out your day, making sure you address both languages, depending on that %.
That's so neat.
Mr. Ceja, on the 1.21 dual immersion program enrollment, you know, it almost seems like when the dual immersion program starts, the kids start off in kinder, the numbers are pretty high. And as you get to the higher levels, higher grade levels, the numbers seem to decrease. Do we ever keep track, like especially, well, from Voorhees, like at Stern right now we have 51 DI students, but I could have sworn last year in 5th grade, when they were at Voorhees, there was a lot more. Do we ever keep track or where they went, or they decided not to continue with the program?
So it varies. I can give more detailed information, but it varies on family to family. Sometimes by the time they get to the intermediate grades, they take them back to their home school, or they leave the area.
Right. But we don't never keep track
We do keep, when a family lets us know for any reason they're unenrolling, they fill out a form letting us know why. So we have those, again, if the family lets us know. A lot of times what happens, just like in any other program too, I'm in Bakersfield for 6 years, and then there's a job in Florida, Texas, and I take my whole family and leave, and then, so those are, you know, we don't get a chance to
get the why.
them. Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because I was looking at the 7th graders, now it's 29, and I remember that group of kids, and I'm looking at the 8th graders, I remember that group of kids too. And I remember there was a lot more than 26, there was a lot more than 29, so we just seemed like to lose them.
Is there any more of a process rather than just filling out a form? Do you typically try and have a meeting and discuss
so
the
that,
downside?
Yes, that form, the exit form, we call it the exit form. It's a meeting between the school side admin, parent, to see if what's going on and why do they want out of the program.
Okay, so they're not just filling a paper out?
They're not just filling out the paper. There's an actual conversation.
Because yeah, that is a drastic decline from the 4 and 5 from 29 to 16 at Harris too.
In middle school, being in dual immersion, is there any like,
that's if you're including
does it limit their ability to do sports or music, or like, is there any like allure that would pull them from the program? I'm just asking, I don't know.
No, so our dual immersion program at a middle school, which is very comparable to an elementary, right? They participate in any other extracurricular activity. Our dual immersion students in the 7th and 8th grade in particular have Spanish language arts, history, social science, and science in Spanish, and then math, PE, and elective, or designated ELD, which is a very small number, in English. And then the rest of the day, it's just like any other student on campus, except for those 3 periods.
And as everybody knows, my kids are in the dual immersion program, and if I'm asking this question, it's because my kids are still there, so I didn't know. I didn't realize the numbers were
Dwindling.
I didn't know.
Decreasing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Can I ask one more question? I'm so sorry. Oh yeah. It's about you too. It's the same thing. So I know we have like inter-district transfer students that come and do our dual immersion program for elementary. Are we finding maybe for middle schools they're going back to their home districts?
Typically, in the middle schools, that is what happens.
Yes.
Okay.
Elementary, they stay with us,
typical.
and by middle school, for a variety of reasons, families tend to take them back to their district or their home school.
On the multilingual master plan, the one we were given the last time, that's the new revised?
Correct.
Yeah.
The one in May.
Yeah.
So I'll bring it to you again towards the end of this school year for the next year's
The next year.
multilingual master plan.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Moving on to item G3, and we will introduce Executive Director of State and Federal Programs, Ms. Rocio Munoz, who will talk to us about Cluster 2 Promising School Practices.
Good evening, board members, cabinet members, and school community. Tonight I will be sharing with you some information and data pertaining to Cluster 2 schools. And here are the 8 schools that encompass Cluster 2, which includes Chipman Chargers, Eisler Eagles, Nichols, Thorner Cavaliers, Cato Cavaliers, Challengers, over at Cesar Chavez, Downtown Dragons, and of course the Fletcher Flyers. Included in this presentation is information regarding the performance of our schools, which shows you, as Mr. Havens highlighted last time, information about the last 2 years and how they perform on the state assessments, as well as how they're broken out by demographics for each of our schools. So here you have, as one of our first schools is Chipman Junior High, which currently has a distance from standard of an ELA of -23 and in math of -85. Next, you have Eisler Elementary, which currently has an ELA distance from standard of -46 and a math of -75. And again, also includes their demographics as well. At Colonel Howard Nichols, we have a distance from standard of -47 for ELA and a -72 for math. Thorner, you have, oh, I should be clicking on this, shouldn't I? Okay, Thorner, we have a distance from standard of -54 and a math of -73. Next, you have Cato Middle School with a -3 in ELA and -49 in math. Next, we have Cesar Chavez with a not distance from standard, but above standard of 16 and a math difference from standard of -7. And then you have Downtown Elementary, who currently has 26 points above standard in ELA and a -1 in math. Next, you have Fletcher Elementary with a -12 in ELA and a -40 in math. As all of our other schools, we also have a target of reaching a 96.4% in our attendance, our average attendance daily rate. And so you can see that we have at least 4 of our schools, of the 8 schools that are currently meeting that target as of October 18, 2024. We have some that are very close and they're working very hard to try to reach that percentage. In terms of our chronic absenteeism rates, our goal, of course, is to be below the 19%, and all of the schools in Cluster 2 are below the 19%. They continue to work to lower that, and you can see that some are very, very close to addressing some of those needs, such as downtown, which works very hard to ensure that students are in school every day. In comparison to previous years, you can see that they are also declining, as all of our schools are across the district, as they're putting together their teams to contact parents and work with the families of the students who are identified as chronically absent. And all of our schools in Cluster 2 have declined from prior years. Next, you also have the STAR reading results from fall. And STAR reading, just to remind everyone, is a nationally normed computer adaptive test that measures student achievement on reading skills such as word knowledge, comprehension, and text analysis. And by continually adjusting the difficulty of an item to what the student has shown they can or cannot do, the assessment is tailored to accurately measure each student's reading skills. And students read independently and answer 34 questions. Schools at RDI school sites take the Spanish version of the STAR assessment as well. So it's the same for reading as it is for math, and here you have the results of the performance by school. So next, I'd like to highlight some of our promising practices at 3 of our school sites. So I'd like to highlight Paul L. Cato Middle School and also Fletcher Elementary as well as Eisler. So I'm going to go ahead and begin with Cato Middle School. Since I did highlight Chipman last year, I thought it would be, the fair thing to do to highlight middle school this year. No competition there.
I was gonna say, maybe you should explain why I just cackled. They have a rivalry.
So Cato actually has set for itself 4 areas of focus that they've identified in order to align with meeting our district goals. And so they focus on a lot of things that need to be addressed, but they've specifically decided to narrow down this year's focus to collective efficacy and really pushing the rigor and expectations, not just for teams, but also for students. In addition, they also have Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, where they're addressing the instructional needs of all students, thinking proactively and reflecting and responding. They have teams of teachers that have participated in training since last year, and they are working to make sure that they are developing the practices of team teaching and really supporting our students in an inclusive environment. Okay, thank you. The third area of focus is responding to data. So one of the strengths of Cato is really looking at what the results were and where the students are, and making sure that as they're having their conversations as a team and as a department, that they're sharing in the best practices across the board, so that teachers are learners of the practices that are being implemented, that are giving the positive results in the classrooms, and making sure that they're also accessing the resources that will build instruction. The fourth area that they are focusing on is writing literacy across all content areas, which is the area that I want to highlight today as a promising practice. So their focus is on low-stakes writing, and I'll talk to you about what that is. And then right from the beginning, which is the WFB, and thinking maps and how they're implementing that into the classroom, also using authentic tasks and assessments, and then ensuring that students are also reading for pleasure in order to continue to make the growth. So this year, Cato is committing or recommitting to writing, and they talk about writing doesn't have to be scary for students. And so they want to make sure that they're promoting writing across all the content areas, and that students see the connection between writing in a math class versus writing in a science class, and making sure that they're able to do it in a way that feels reflective and actually helps them improve in their thinking and in their writing at the same time. So the intention is that with low-stakes writing, students are actually processing the information that they're receiving, and they're able to communicate and inform to each other as well as to the class what they're learning. And so they're providing them with the tools to be able to incorporate these low-stakes writing practices. And the main purpose is to make sure that the students have the opportunity to use writing authentically in order to express themselves and develop their ideas and be able to process information in a way that reflects what they're truly learning. One of the things that they're doing is doing this book study, which they got over the summer. And so they're able to use some of these learnings and implement them into the classroom instruction. So one of the focuses is, again, that through low-stakes writing, they're reducing the fear of writing, because it's something that the students feel confident that they can write about as they're going through their learning across the content areas. So as you look, some of the things that they're finding as a result of implementing is that it's actually building the students' comfort level with being able to share what they wrote. A lot of the times we have students that are hesitant to share their writing because they don't have that confidence. But now that they're able to implement this on a school-wide basis, and they're able to support what they're learning through writing, then it's building their confidence and be able for them to prepare for more high-stakes writing. So it's adaptable to any subject, and allows for them to differentiate some of the writing that they're doing. And again, it's about giving students the tools to be able to express what's in their mind through writing. And one of the things that they are doing is, in addition to the low-stakes writing, and as I mentioned, writing across the content areas, is they're doing short response writing as well. and implementing practices such as CER, which I'll explain in just a little bit. And then they have a process called RACES, which means restates, answers, cites, and explains and summarizes, which again is part of what they're implementing, and the teachers are working together to develop these practices so that it doesn't matter which class they're in, they're seeing the same practices. And so it has that consistency for students so that they're able to implement it in all content areas. In addition to building on what they already had been putting in place with right from the beginning and beyond. So what is CER? So I wanted to make sure, because I know there was an acronym, and I want to make sure that I clarify what that is. So it's just a framework, and it's a systematic way that teaches the students to be able to construct their explanation. And here's an example. So if there was a question that was asked in the classroom, how does an increase in human population and their consumption of natural resources impact Earth systems? So they would have to make a statement or a claim, and then they would have to provide the evidence and provide some reasoning as to their justification to be able to respond to that question. So it's a way to organize, again, what they're learning, and then be able to write about it, be able to share it, but it's something that it is an expectation across all content areas at Cato Middle School. So next, I'm going to highlight Fletcher Elementary. And Fletcher has had the opportunity since last year to send teams of teachers to participate in trainings called PLC at Work, which a lot of us, have heard it over the years, but this is kind of like a review, reset for perhaps some of the teachers that have gone through it in the past, but just as a reminder, but also for new teachers that had not been exposed to that as well. And one of the things that they talked about during these trainings talk about the impact that certain practices have on student learning. And so when you look at some of what is listed up there, it tells you the factor, the influence that it has, or the impact that it has on student learning based on that practice. When you're looking at, for example, student self-efficacy and goal setting, so if students were to do that, that has an effect size of 0.92 in comparison to deploying, which is what we call flight school at Fletcher. It has an impact of 1.29. And I'm going to be focusing actually on flight school. Although all of those practices have a great impact in learning, I'm only going to highlight the flight school at Fletcher. So they have, as a promising practice, response to intervention, which is where students actually take flight from their classroom into other classrooms based on an analysis that the teachers have done of all of the performance of the students. And so they go ahead and they determine what needs individual students have, and then determine what is the best way in which they're going to approach the learning to address those needs. And so students are leveled, and then they're deployed or take flight, if you will, to other classrooms so that the instruction matches their needs. And so they're able to get that support, either small group, differentiated instruction every day, to make sure that they're able to address those specific learning needs for students. They use their literacy and language data, which is provided to us by our data and assessment department. And they go ahead and they have conversations during their PLC time to be able to talk about what are the practices that are getting the best results. And then again, of course, deploying them to the different classrooms and to be able to have the different support. So if students need help in the area of writing, then that's the area that they're getting the support on. If they need additional focus for designated ELD, then that's the support that they're going to get. Again, it's about meeting the students where they are and making sure that we're challenging some students as well, because we know that some students are performing and are able to handle the work that provides more enrichment opportunities and being able to challenge them to reach even higher. And so the school applies the flight concept across not just ELA, but also math. So as they go through, they look at their common formative assessments. They use that to identify essential standards that students need to know per grade level. And so they go ahead and they use that information to also support them in the area of math. And they have made significant gains in the area of math. They continue to refine their practices and their assessments that they use to make sure that they're challenging students, and that they're growing also as practitioners, so that they can go ahead and meet the needs of the students as well. Next, I'd like to highlight Eisler Elementary. So Eisler does have a new principal, so she was a little bit nervous that I was going to highlight her this in her first year, but I said, you can do this. She has done a phenomenal job coming in and just setting up a very positive culture at Eisler, and so I want to commend her for that. Last year, the school had a 22.3% chronic absenteeism rate. And so one of the things that has been a focus for her has been addressing attendance, because as we know, if students are not present in school, then interventions, instruction, none of that matters, because if students aren't there, and it's usually the students who are most chronically absent that need to have those needs met. So in comparison to last year's 22.3%, Eisler right now is at 11.1%. Their goal was 17.3%. I would say they exceeded it so far. So they are making this a very, very important focus for them. And so they have different activities that they're doing to address chronic absenteeism, something called HOT, which is Here on Time. And it's an assembly that they host for the students to make sure that they encourage students who are known to be chronically absent and really understand the importance of being there every day. And really not as a punitive approach, but rather as a way to inform them and make them be aware of how that has an impact in their learning as well. And so they go ahead and they do a prize every week for those students who have the hot card sign, which means somebody is checking in with them to make sure that they're there every day. And then they do a positive contact with the parent to make sure that the parent is aware to how much we value the fact that they're working with the school and making sure that their children are at school on a daily basis. So one of the things that they've done is they actually, as a school, have had conversations about the importance of working as a team. And so with the principal, she began this school year by doing a collective resume and talked about all of the expertise that exists at that school and how important it is that as experts that they're working together to address this issue of chronic absenteeism. So it's really about creating a positive climate at school, and if we create that positive climate at school, kids will want to come to school because they feel welcome. And so teachers are really promoting also student efficacy through collaborative projects and making sure that they're setting goals for them and giving them specific feedback and making sure that they're encouraging them to be there every day as well. So again, some of the additional supports that they're doing are like I mentioned before, the incentives. They also have Eisler News, which is a video that's focused on attendance and is put on by students. Parent Cafe, they always make sure that they discuss those. And then the newsletters, doing home visits. This year they've done 73 home visits so far. They even purchased alarm clocks for some of our families who needed that as well. So again, it's working together. Here's our principal, new vice principal at their back to school night, and again, making attendance a big focus. And it began not just now, but it began before school even started. So in August, as they were bridging on the kindergarten students, that was a big conversation because as we know, kindergarten is typically one of the grades that is most impacted with attendance. And so they go ahead and they talk about it, like I said, at Parent Cafe, and they have an attendance plan. And then one of the things that they did was they looked at their data, as all of our schools do, and they looked to see what were the days where students were the most chronically absent or were not meeting their attendance, and it was Mondays. So then they decided to put together this activity where students were encouraged to wear their shirts on Mondays. Well, you can't wear your shirt unless you're there on Monday. And so they saw a significant improvement just by doing something as simple as asking students to wear their shirts on a predetermined day. And so because they feel, again, building that sense of community at the school and really acknowledging the work that everybody's doing. And here's, again, Eisler's News, the weekly video that's produced there at the school to talk about attendance and the importance of attendance. And again, these are some of the monthly, weekly, and incentives. The principal will be kissing a pig and doing everything that she can to make sure that students are there, just again, to emphasize the importance of attendance. So it's all about getting students wanting to be at Eisler each and every day. Any questions?
I'll go ahead. I was able to visit Eisler actually during our CPI, Community and Partners. The energy there was completely different compared to even a few years back. Just the playground as well, the kids, and it was very well kept, the school. I also got to visit the room where the behavioral interventional specialists. They have so many gadgets in there. I wanted to stay in there. I actually took a video and I asked Mr. Luque if we can have all the rooms, all the business rooms looking that way, but unfortunately not all school sites have the space. But I would encourage you guys to go visit that room. You know, there's so many options for kids in there, you know, just to.
What kind of stuff's in there, Laura? Would you just describe?
Oh gosh, they have like this really cool thing where it has lights, like motion sensors and all that. Like, it was really a lot of hands-on. You know, kids seem to. Joey would love that room. My kid, that one's like all over the place. But they even have this area with the net, like a relaxing. It's just like, it's really neat. You have to see it for yourself. You have to go pay a visit there. I wouldn't tell you guys. That's a must go to.
Our extra dollars at work.
I had a question. I know the district has been working with PLCs for a long time. I was just curious if there was a process of checking in with teachers to see how they felt about it. I've definitely been in PLCs that feel more productive than others. And I also just want to see if there's ever any data tracking to see that this is something that's working, that is improving test scores, learning outcomes.
Right, and at Fletcher in particular, I can speak to it, is that one of the things that happened as a result of attending the trainings that they went to last year, and it's incremental. Like I said, it's been over the past 2 years that the groups have gone back for additional training, and they come back and they implement it. So it's really important that the conversations of what they heard, the training, come back, and then they are actually having those same conversations at the school site. Now, I know that we've been looking at the data, and I know for math, they made some improvement over the years, but I know that when they look at their data, it really is about the conversations and what actions they're gonna take after the fact. So each time, even now as they've administered a new assessment, right, with the literacy assessments, they're having conversations about how do we adjust our teaching, because now that they're getting the results, it really is about looking at the evidence and then making decisions that are going to impact the instruction in the classroom. And so we'll see the results by grade level, of course, because some teams will be stronger than others when it comes to the PLC conversations. But then we're gonna go ahead and look at, as a school side, what growth they've made.
I think it's a good idea just to periodically check in and see what's actually happening in those groups, though, because I think sometimes there can be some dynamics that exist and maybe they need some new ideas. So just an idea. I did also want to say I really like the idea of the parent outreach with the attendance, because obviously our elementary kids don't have a lot of control over if they get to school on time. So I like that too. And then also talking about attendance, I was just thinking about Halloween coming up, and I know that's a rough attendance day a lot of times. So I just wanted to remind everyone. It's going to be rough for me too to get my son to school the next day. He's going to probably still be hyped up on sugar, but that is coming up on a school day, right? Thursday?
Yes.
I didn't even think about
as I'm eating candy myself.
I know, I'm telling you, stop eating candy. Is it like a millennial thing that I love the acronym HOT? Like, I just think that's so clever. So
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, and shout out to Cato for doing the CERs, because we're doing that at Foothill, so thank you.
Oh, that's so cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Munoz.
Moving on to item G4. It is recommended the consulting agreement with children's author Teresa Adamo and illustrator Jennifer Williams Cordova be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
I have a first by Lillian Tafoya. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
The second is Brooke Malley. All. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
So we have 4 yeses, 1 no, any abstentions? The motion carries. Moving on to item H, Business Services. H1, we will begin with a report from our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Ms. Sherry Gladden.
Good evening. I have no formal report tonight because we'll be coming together next week for our budget study session. And so I look forward to that next week, but that will be my report. But I am bringing forward 2 items tonight for your consideration and approval. These items are coming forward in response and follow-up to the approval by the board of the health benefit increase for our employee groups. So the items tonight are the budget revision that affords that increase in our budget, as well as a revision to our discretionary block grant expenditure plan, as we would be using those dollars to pay for a portion of the increase this year. And so I am available to answer any questions if you should have any.
Awesome. Moving on to item H2, it is recommended the attached 2024-2025 budget revision amounts be authorized. Do I have a motion?
This is loud. I move that we approve.
Our first from Laura Guerrero Salgado. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second from Trustee Lillian DeFoy. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving into item H3, it is recommended the board approve the revised arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant expenditure plan. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Do I have a second?
This is loud. I second.
So I have a question. Is oh, you are still here.
Yes.
As
Mr.
Mr.
Stone?
Mike Stone, as the guru of all things arts, music, visual, and performing, you agree with this recommended change in our grant expenditure plan? Thumbs up, yeah. Fabulous. You can be honest. This is a safe place. If you do thumbs down, we will trust you. We just want to make sure everyone's on the same page. All right. Any other further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to item A, Human Resources. I1 is a report from our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Ms. Christine Cornejo.
Thank you and good evening. I have no official report for the board this evening other than bringing forward the prevailing wage increase for our skilled trades employees and also our classified and certificated board reports for the month.
Thank you so much. Item I2, it is recommended the 2024-2025 wage and benefit adjustment for the Laborers International Union of North America Local 777, LIUNA, be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Brooke Malial is our first. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second, Ms. DeFoya. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on to item I3. It is recommended the public disclosure is required by AB 1200 pertaining to the wage and benefit adjustment for the Laborers International Unit of North America Local 777 LIUNA be received as a matter of record. And that's all we have to say. There's no motion, right?
It's an action item.
There's a motion.
Is it a motion?
Yes,
Okay,
I move
so
for approval.
awesome.
This is loud. I second.
We have first and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to item I4, it is recommended the classified human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to I5, it is recommended the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
A second.
We have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item J, board policies. It is J1. It is recommended the revision to BP section 601.4 non-discrimination harassment be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is loud. I move to approve.
Yay, Lara. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second is Brooke Malial. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Also, moving on to item J2, it is recommended the revision to 601.14 non-discrimination harassment administrative regulation. It's getting past my bedtime. be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Brooke Maliato is our first. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second is Lillian DeFoy. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to item J3, it is recommended the revision to BP 300.63, non-discrimination in the district programs and activities be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Yay. Lillian is our first. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Anthony Fuentes, is there any discussion? I really appreciated the wording in this one. Awesome job. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? All right, moving on to item J4. It is recommended the revisions to BP 400.15 transitional kindergarten be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoy is the first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Trustee Fuentes is our second. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Moving on to J5, it is recommended that BP 604.09 independent study programs be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is loud. I move that we approve it.
Guerrero Salgado is our first. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Trustee DeFoy is our second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to item J6. It is recommended the revision to BP 604.09 independent study programs administrative regulation be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoy is our first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second is Mally Alts. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Moving on to our last board policy, J7, it is recommended the revision to BP 605.13 Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures Administrative Regulation be approved. Do I have a motion?
Fuentes, so moved.
We have a first from Trustee Fuentes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Trustee DeFoy. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we have two more items. Beginning with the consent agenda.
I move.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mom.
I was gonna ask if we can take number 9 and move it out for a separate vote.
Okay, so
The
it is,
consultant service.
so it is recommended that the consent agenda be approved as submitted with item K9 being pulled for a separate vote.
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Okay, so I move for approval to everything,
As-
yes
as
vote is
revised,
everything but K9, yeah.
Yeah, as revised.
And who's our second?
I'll second.
Second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of everything but K9?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so moving specifically on to item K9. First, we have to have a motion and then we can have discussion. So it is recommended the agreements for personal consulting services be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoya makes a motion. I need a second.
Second.
Second is Trustee Fuentes. Okay, the floor is yours, Ms. Guerrero Salgado.
After looking at it last night again, I have so many questions on it, and I didn't feel comfortable moving forward with approving. We talked about consultant services, keeping it local. I just have a lot more questions on the consultants, so I didn't feel comfortable making the motion.
Is there a specific contractor that you're expressing concern about?
I was
Or just the
looking at
overall process?
overall, the process and the consultants themselves, so. And of course, with everything that's been going on in the since I had my board agenda review with Mr. Luque last Tuesday, other things have been a priority, so.
I know there's several schools and then VAPA programs listed in here. If we don't approve it tonight and it comes back, will this interrupt any of those services being delivered?
Yes, it would. There are several services listed that were part of previous bid agreements that were approved by the board, and so these are just the subsequent actions by school sites. I'll use the example of Penn Point Dance with an after-school program. That's as one example. And so again, those were all previously approved as low bids for the after-school program elements. Anything that would have a date effective before next month's board meeting would be services interrupted to school sites.
I feel like I've tried to keep a really careful eye on these. And I did feel like everything on here was pretty reasonably priced, but I do appreciate all the conversation we have on like the process too. Because I know that there wasn't total finalization of the previous process that we were trying to update. I know that Mr. Luque did receive some feedback, but I am open to looking at maybe understanding it more. But I did feel like most of these were reasonable amounts.
Is there any further discussion? All right, so the motion standing on the floor is to approve our consultant services. So if we vote yes, that is approving all of the consultant services on the list. If we vote no, that is saying no to all of the consultant services on the list. Is there any further discussion? All right, oh, go ahead, sir, sorry.
Maybe this is just a question for you then. What's the alternative then to approving it? Are you proposing that maybe we table this and have a further discussion about any particular ones? Or are you thinking we should table this until we have a process?
Can we do it?
Are you asking?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think, me personally, I'm just voting no on the entire thing. That's just me.
Okay.
I'm not gonna ask to table it. That's up to you guys. Obviously, you were just gonna approve, you know, the entire consent agenda.
I feel like
just,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I feel like we have had a process, even though we're kind of in the midst of just making sure it's perfect.
Right.
I always want to hear what anybody has to say about any concerns, but since we don't have any specifics, again, I did feel like it was reasonable, but I always want to hear from you or anybody on the board if anyone has a concern, but everything did look like it was a reasonable amount for me.
And it's difficult to be able to formulate a response when I wasn't given notice that there was an issue before tonight.
Right.
So it's the board's pleasure.
I know, I think we're all just getting so stressed about money. We're just so scared to give money right now and everything. I so get it.
So with that, the agreements here do not fall, the majority of the agreements, with the exception of the GEO bond work for the BLX group, do not fall into the base. They are all LCFF or ELOP funding. And so again, most of these are services that have occurred in the past. So
I would piggyback that if I could. So these are all for our restricted grants and programs that are to offer supplemental services or LCAP. The exception is the BLX group, but that is a legal obligation that we have to do that arbitrage calculation. So that is in our base budget because we have to complete that process.
I have no idea what you just said.
I also feel like the higher amounts on here, it's for a justified long period of time. Like I see $8,000 and that's from 1023 to 228. So the higher price tags, which again is still half the price of what we just approved for the issue that we were talking about for the past couple board meetings. I realize that you didn't vote yes on that, but these are all, in my opinion, for a longer period of time and like a substantially less amount. And there's a lot of VAPA stuff in here too.
I know.
So I want the kids to have their programs after school. And I do want to, again, hear you out, but just specifically because we don't have any which one thing that we're looking at, I do feel like.
And if I may ask Mrs. Gladden to offer a brief summary of the arbitrage report.
The arbitrage? Sure.
I seriously thought you were talking about BMX bikes because we have those. Listen, it's a bunch of dance groups. So I thought it was like one of the BMX groups we bring that performs on the. It is not completely out of pocket. That was my thought.
No,
so I was like, what is she talking about?
I did not say that clearly. BLX group. So the list of firms and consultants that have expertise in this area is limited. We've partnered with BLX Group. This partner was determined and decided when the district sold our bonds. So when you issue public debt, you have a responsibility to use those funds within a reasonable time period. What they don't want you to do is issue debt on the backs of your residents that are repaying these bond payments through their property taxes and hold on to that cash to earn interest in the bank. So it's a calculation to look and see if you're spending quick enough that you're not saving the money in the bank to accrue interest to basically earn off of this voter-approved debt. And so it's a legally required calculation by the IRS is a watchdog factor to make sure that when you issue debt, you're taking that responsibility seriously and you're not issuing before you need to issue. You're issuing at the point that you're ready, shovel ready to do projects, so that you are not trying to gain off of taxpayers, is my best summary of
So
that.
it's not a legally required bike show.
No.
It's late, I'm sorry.
No, you know what, I can see that.
No, I'm sorry.
The tricks.
And if I can just add, two of these two are school funds, Title I money, it's categorical money, and these were approved through their SSD. So just, if we don't approve them, the SSD, just so you know, and two of these schools are school-based decisions.
Can I motion to approve? Okay, then yeah. Did you have something to say? Okay. All those in favor, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying that I didn't feel comfortable approving it because I had so many questions on it. I know that when I had my board agenda review with him, there was other stuff going on. This district is huge. So, and then with all the stuff that had just happened, you know, like I mentioned during my board member comments, and then just over the weekend, I just didn't feel comfortable because I still have a lot of questions on it. But nobody has to agree with by me abstaining. I know I like VAPA, you know, my heart, and our FACE department. But I just have so many questions now with the other author, you know, just the way the whole process went and the last board meetings, the way, just consultants, period. You know, I have a lot more questions than I did. And I've been on the board for a couple years now, and I'm still learning, but there's stuff that I'm starting to look at even closer. But
No, and my choir teacher at East High was Jennifer Lapp. So I'm like, yay, great consultant. Or Mr. Geisel helped when we did Vex Robotics with my kid. It's like some of the names I recognize because we've been on the board and our kids are in the district, but not all of them. Sometimes I have to Google. So I understand what you're saying. Like it's hard without context to know who are these people that we're giving this money to. It's an important point. All those in favor of passing the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
nay.
1 nay. The motion carries. We move on to item L. It is recommended the meeting be adjourned. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This meeting is adjourned at 9:30.